Hold on. Okay, we're good. Hey guys, welcome back to the Anime Collector and the fifth installment of the Open Chest Anime Podcast with me, the Anime Collector, and my co-host, Augie. Yeah. Oh, I stupidly left it on in the background. I started getting an echo. We're good now. Okay. So an interesting place to start the podcast at. Augie was just telling me about some laws in Alabama. Go ahead.
So, because it's Alabama, if I live stream, if I record, that's another issue. But if I live stream, I cannot drink because that'll be public intoxication.
That's
as
hilarious.
Weird as that is.
That can't. That's okay. So nobody really wants to hear this story, so I'm just going to tell it now while people are funneling in. This is what my life has been for the last month. Went to California early before Anime Expo to go to my wife's grandma's birthday, right? We wanted to surprise her. So we go early, like on the 18th of June or something. And shortly after we get there, my wife's grandma falls, busts open her mouth. Teeth broken everywhere. Bad news. And it's like, oh yeah, her Julie, my wife just came to the door to motion things to me. Yeah, her maxilla bone, the bone, it's like the upper jaw is cracked and is like this all the way up to like the eye socket area. Anyway, so this was a very stressful. You know, it's funny. Right before I was done with everything, because it's been like a month long. This thing, I was like, that phrase, "I need a vacation from my vacation," was like ringing true. But so anyway, we were concerned because we needed my wife's mom to babysit our son while we went to Anime Expo. Like this was something that we absolutely needed, and the whole grandma falling and you know bashing up her face really threw a wrench into the whole thing. But luckily we were able to you know everything worked out in terms of Anime Expo, but it was stressful, let me put it that way. This was the most difficult Anime Expo I've ever done because we did so much more than we usually do. We don't usually go to premieres. We don't usually get in lines. We're usually just in the exhibit hall. When we first started going to Anime Expo, there were a couple things that we did. We did the AMV contest every year, which I don't think they do anymore, and AX Idol, which was fantastic up until the last year they did it. And the last year they did it, Johnny Young Bosch made such an ass of himself that they stopped doing it. And that's probably not the real reason they stopped doing it, but to everybody who saw it, that feels like why they stopped doing it. But anyway, it was really taxing. So I just finished uploading, and I published it this morning, the Tokyo Ghoul first impressions video. And I gotta tell you, the videos we recorded, the first impressions, you can really see, like the Cardcaptor Sakura one happened on day one. And then we didn't do one for day two because the YouTuber meetup conflicted with Violet Evergarden. And then by day three, you could just see how badly, or I guess we did Resident Evil on day one. So you can see like we're still energetic. Basically what I'm getting at is that Lupin and Tokyo Ghoul, we're just zapped energy-wise, right? We're just totally zapped. And I actually asked in that video at the end of it for some feedback as to whether or not you guys actually enjoyed seeing the first impressions for stuff at Anime Expo. Man, my internet connection does not seem like it's going so well right now. But nobody commented. I do collect manga as well, just to answer the question. Let's see if I can do this without unplugging anything. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. That's why. All these boxes up here have manga in them. So anyway, because we need to decide whether or not we're going to do this again next year, because it took a lot out of us, right? And I'm getting to a much bigger thing about what's going on, but I just need to throw that in there. It's something that was on my mind on whether or not we're actually going to get the premiere passes next year, because they cost almost $1,000 for my wife and I to have them, and we need to know if it's going to be worth it to continue doing those videos, those first impression videos where we actually try to go to a bunch of premieres and whatnot. Anyway. So, the alternative is to get press passes, which we're going to try to do because they do the same thing as Premiere and they're free. So we're going to try that. But anyway, just to get back to the point. So Anime Expo was really stressful this year for a lot of reasons. Then I drove back to Arizona on July 5th, and I just worked on videos every day. And we talked in the last podcast about how I had this financial situation with a company I worked for in London that totally screwed me over. By the way, still haven't been paid by them. And how I was like living off of like ramen basically, or actually I ordered ramen on Amazon. I had my wife order it with her credit card, and Amazon guaranteed me 2 days delivery. And then they said, oh, hold on. The shipping's a little bit delayed, and then the next day is like, no, we can't get you ramen. It just can't be done. We canceled your order anyway. But so I worked in Arizona. I got the three first impression videos up, and as well as the day 0 video where I almost killed Mr. Nice Guy's mailman, and then I had to drive back to California to pick up my wife, drive her back to Arizona for 1 day so that she could go to a doctor's appointment, and then drive us back to Arizona, or back from Arizona to California again. So I've put like 2,000 miles on the car in the last month. I'm definitely going to AX next year, FTD&M. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Anyway, so we went back there, and it's just the bottom line what I'm getting at here is I'm trying to get all this off my chest. It's been so damn stressful lately, and I'm a little bit high strung right now. So just trying to cool down. But this is all getting back to Augie talking about Alabama's intoxication rules. So anyway, I literally drove back from California this morning, and it's a 6-hour-ish drive, right? And I got to the Safeway, which is like our grocery store in Arizona. I got there at 5:30 this morning, and I stopped there on the way home because there's no food in the house for reasons I discussed in the last podcast. And I needed to pick up some food for my wife and son so that I could go to bed, wake up in time for the podcast, and it wouldn't be an issue. And I tried to buy this at Safeway, and they've got this really dumb law that I knew they had in California, but I thought for sure Arizona wouldn't adapt this law because there are a bunch of cowboys over here, where you can't buy alcohol until after 6 a.m., which I think is the dumbest law in the world, because number one, it discriminates against people like myself who work on a night schedule. Number two, people plan ahead. And number three, who the hell is the victim there? So anyway, I went back and a half hour later. I thought I would really need it today. I didn't drink any of it. But yeah, so if you're just tuning in, Augie was telling me that it's illegal for him in Alabama to drink while live streaming because it's considered public intoxication. And I think that that's ridiculous. Anyway.
Also,
go ahead.
To make this clear, I don't drink or smoke in general.
Okay.
Or at all, so it doesn't really affect me.
Well, let's talk about, now that we've sort of warmed things up a little bit, let's talk about the pickups for the last 2 weeks. Should I go first? I don't have a lot.
Is it a Hemi or is it a Ford?
Say what?
Well, your pickup, is it a Hemi or a Ford? Come on, Gus.
Okay, man. I drive a Toyota Avalon.
Okay.
Oh God, my brain just shut off. Where did I? Oh, here. Okay.
Okay, as you sort things out, I'll go ahead and go. So
let me go first, and then you go, and then we'll do our Dagashi stuff. All right, because I've only got a couple things, so just gonna show. So this I don't remember if I talked about this last podcast. I think that this arrived after last podcast. So I got this. This is the Riding Bean Kickstarter. And apparently, I also got 2 of these. Don't remember doing that. But I think that, okay, so I backed the Inspector Percy level, which guaranteed me the check disc, right? So this is before the thing, got signed off on. They sent out the check disc to get, I can't tell if this is, okay, yeah, this is going to be weird looking back on this. The webcam froze for me, but they sign off on it, right? I don't know if that's actually what they're doing here or if they just signed it like as a souvenir for the person they sent it to, which is me. Anyway, so I got that one. I got the Inspector Percy one. And then I also backed it with a different account, which I always do because I want to get, Kickstarter exclusive, and then any other version that they have. I want to get every version that's available when it's a Kickstarter, because I think that that's quantities will run out or whatever. It just seems like something that's worth doing. And so I ended up getting 2 of these because I thought one of them was a DVD set or a non-Kickstarter thing. But when I looked into it, I'm like, no, I guess I just bought 2. And then I also got this one somehow. So I don't know what exactly happened there, but I got 2 other things. Well, actually, maybe I just, as you can tell, I'm kind of, like I said, I'm just trying to come down from everything that's my last month. I've got 4 of these because I guess I got 1 for each set, and I had 3 different sets there, plus 1 they sent with the check disc. Man, I really cannot tell. Can you guys tell me if the webcam is like freezing and stuttering for you, or if it's just doing that for me? Because I can't tell if it's.
I've been checking every so often. You've been fluid, so. I've
been fluid, okay. Because I keep seeing it happen. It's really distracting for me. Anyway, so I also got the. I haven't untaped them, but I also got the keychains here. And then in other things, oh yeah, there's also, by the way, yeah, this is partially why it was so confusing. So they shipped out a bunch of extra discs like this because they accidentally put the DVD cover art on the discs that they made, and that really confused me because the entire reason that they made the Blu-ray set was to make a Blu-ray set for the Kickstarter. And I thought, like, what DVD set? And it turns out they actually were talking about the disc art from the original set here. So the Blu-ray accidentally had this art on it from the original release. I'm going to leave the call real quick and come back and see if that improves things. Let's see. Got it. I hope I don't stop the broadcast. I guess I'm going to leave the call. Continue broadcast. I'm still here, though. Oh, okay. No. How do I... I just had a 5-hour energy shot, by the way. Just to further talk about why my... Okay. We'll see if this gets better. So just to go over my other pickups, because I can figure this out while Augie's going through his. I also got the ever so lovely, not really, live-action Ghost in the Shell and Dragon Ball Super Volume 1. Both of these I am returning for a better version because Amazon is just fired. They're totally fired with sending things. The slipcover's all banged up, and the Ghost in the Shell one is all like smushed in a crappy We Recycle case that doesn't work for anybody who actually buys DVDs, which is hilarious because any actual collector just throws that crap out and puts it in a real DVD case. So they're actually hurting the planet more than they think they're helping it. Anyway, so go ahead, Augie. I'm going to try to take a couple deep breaths and just kind of get through whatever I'm going through right now. It's just going nuts.
All righty. Well, for me, for local pickups, what I got is, let's see, Wolf Girl and the Black Prince. One I've been wanting to finish watching for a long time. Also, for a local quick cheapie, Volume 2 of Gane Ga Kill for $5.
Dang, dude.
On Prime Day, I finally got Samurai Champloo. Hey, that's a Blu-ray, but feels a deal. For the right
Dude,
stuff.
you're stuttery too. Okay.
Well, let me try to finish this.
Hang on. Yeah, go ahead.
So on the Amazon birthday deal going on, which is convenient for me. 3 items I got from it is the weather report girl. Finally finished getting all the strawberry marshmallow now. And Cat's Eye completing the box.
Nice. Wait, is that sealed still in the box?
No, I just cut the side of it.
But it came in a. I didn't realize that when they sold it the art box actually had a plastic wrap over it.
Yeah. Well, mine did.
Anyway, so I just want to interject real quick. FDD&M said, "Can we make a pact to inform each other of any anime Kickstarters that happen?" I love this idea because I am terrified of missing out on an opportunity. So anytime there's a Kickstarter, I'll try to bring it up. And if you guys could do the same, message me on Twitter, Facebook, whatever you want to do, comment. That'd be awesome because I don't want to miss any. And we can go over, I think we went over in an earlier podcast, all the ones that I had backed. So I'm not going to go over those again today. Yeah, I went over all of them that I knew of, including ones that I missed but still managed to get. So anyway, go ahead, Augie.
And finally, because I've mentioned this for a while now, I finally got my Monster Musume.
So how does that look in a bookcase? You were saying it was better than, obviously anything is better than Garfield back there because it actually has an end label on it. That shirt, I guess, is your uniform for this podcast.
Well, I see you're wearing your collector's shirt.
I'm not actually. I wore this shirt to the Your Name premiere because this is just a quick side note, because my wife was wearing a shirt that was the exact same, like the Reglan cut, but it was the inverted colors. And I knew about the body switching before I went in, but she didn't know about it. So that was like a little bit of a, anyway, go ahead, continue.
So unlike Garfield with the butt print, print Monster Musume, well, you will know is labeled Monster Musume, except right here.
Okay, but if you were to put that in your collection, how far does it stick out compared to a regular DVD?
Well, as you can tell from this, it's
okay. So at least it's the same height. I'll give him that.
I'm willing to speculate with this box. It's probably going to be the same size as the bento box, but
yeah. So was that a bento box on the inside?
Well, I can't open it for YouTube reasons because as you open this, it unfolds to reveal big titties.
Okay, but it is like a bento box because when you told me
it's like it's either a bento box or a old Japanese gift box. I'm not really sure.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, because when you mentioned that, I was like, I thought they did that for the Food Wars set, you know? Okay, so maybe that makes more sense.
But looking at the current collector editions, they seem to try to mock what they did with No Game, No Life.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. Yes, thank God. You know, I know I have nothing to do with this, grand scheme of things. But I'm just magic because in 2010, I went to the NIS America booth and I complained that their premium sets were stupid because they wouldn't fit in a regular bookcase. And they gave me lip about how, no, this is how people want them. The very next year, I went back to their booth. They started selling standard editions with regular sized cases or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I perceived it because anyway. Did the exact same thing at Pony Canyon last year, this year, regular size sets. This year, went to Sentai, told them to stop what they were doing with these ridiculously oversized packages. Now, I'm not saying I'm the one doing this, but I'm going to take full credit for for the fact that Squid Girl, Sakamoto, and Haikyuu are getting regular sort of limited edition sets that are in like a box, like Beyond the Boundary, Chunibyo, and No Game No Life, as was mentioned. Anyway.
Well, my 2 cents, comparing the 2 boxes, I kind of like Mustard. Look-wise, I like the Mari-chan, because, well, it looks like Garfield. But packaging-wise, I like Monster Musume, because, 1, it's not easy breakable jewel cases. They use a pretty good quality DVD case for soundtrack, DVD, and Blu-ray. And everything just kind of folds neatly and it's organized.
Yeah. So I just wanted to address. Okay. Yeah. All right. I misread something. Yeah. That the Monster Musume box looks like it's gonna get shelfwared out the wazoo. Yeah, I agree with. I'm not going to go through the whole chat. I'm just going to catch up by saying I agree with what has been said from then on. Anyway.
Well, let me catch up on the chat quick as you gather stuff.
Okay. Do you have more? Do you have more pickups?
That's it.
Okay, so I'm going to move on while you're catching up on the chat. So, because we watched Dagashi Kashi this week or these last 2 weeks,
I haven't caught up with the chat.
Well, catch up with the chat while I go through my stuff.
Well, pause as I go through the chat. All right, so
I want to start eating stuff, dang it. So I went to, okay, so to further my story about what it's been like since I got back, I went back and got that drink, came back home, went to bed at like 6:30, maybe 7 in the morning. Got up at 12 and eventually made my way down to a Japanese supermarket that was in Phoenix. So it was like 45 minutes away. And all the while I hadn't finished Dagashi Kashi yet. I was on episode 6 and I kept getting halfway through episode 6, but eventually I did finish it, but I hadn't finished it before I went to the Japanese market. So I picked up just a bunch of stuff that looked like it would be good, just would be enjoyable to eat. So I got those little koala candies. They had like this green tea flavor. And my son desired the panda strawberry flavor, so I'm not going to eat those. But just wanted to show you. I also picked up some ramune, which I will be enjoying on this podcast. That's the standard flavor. I guess I'm hoping it's the lemonade, as I learned from from Dagashi Kashi, that was like the funniest moment in the whole thing. I also got melon flavor, and then I got, this was actually in the show, but it had a different packaging, the Morinaga caramels, and I also got the Fue ramune whistles. Can't tell if this webcam is going to catch up. Come on. You're moving. Oh, there you go. I wasn't. So I got these, and Agi's got those as well. And then since we were down there, and you have to keep in mind, like I was really like pressed for time because it was like 45-minute drive in, 45-minute drive back, which is actually a lot longer because of rush hour at that time. But I also I went to another store that smelled horrible. It was an Asian market that I wonder if their fridge lost power the night before.
Oh, like it smells bad. You know it's fresh.
No, it smelled so bad that I'm concerned that it was actually like they shouldn't have opened the store. Like it smelled like things were rotting, kind of bad, you know. But there, oh, by the way, at the other place, I told my son if he was good, I'd let him pick up a toy. And he totally picked up a kendama, which is funny because in order to get him to go with us, we had to give him my wife's phone to watch YouTube videos, and he watched Samurai Jeff's latest kendama video in the car. Got him excited about kendamas, and then we got one. And then I got back and watched the rest of the Dagashi Kashi and saw the kendama episode, so it all worked out. Anyway, I also got the Milkita milkshake candy banana flavor. Come on, webcam. Internet, please. Don't do this to me. And this says a good source of calcium on it, which I think is kind of overstating things. It should just say has calcium. You know, that seems like a more accurate thing. And they had green tea Kit Kat. So anyway, that's all I've got. Go ahead. Oh, wait. Also, I found this mango drink, and it has this awesome little, I think it's from Thailand, got this awesome little guy on the cap. And I'm going to put Di Serono in it, which tastes like, it's like alcohol that tastes exactly like maraschino cherries. So I'm going to do that while Augie goes through his thing. And I think we've plenty of time that whoever's going to be in the podcast tonight is here.
Well, while you eat your Twinkie with your dessert wine, aside from the
you got the savory stuff? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I got the...
I wasn't paying attention and just poured a heck of a lot of that in there.
I got the whistling candy, as he said, and also the rice paper candy. So following up with the from the top to the bottom of the live chat currently.
Yeah.
Questions. Do you collect manga as well? P.S. Love the collection. Thank you for the collection comment. I do collect manga slowly. I'm not too big. Well, I have a decent amount, but I'm not as big as what's behind me due to cost of shipping. But I do enjoy, but I can read a manga series faster than I do watch the show, but I rather savor the show. What else we got?
This is really good. Mixed with Di Serono. Anyway, I just want to say that the manga is really expensive to collect because the installments, box sets tend to be cheaper in terms of anime. Go ahead.
That tends to be debatable because you can find locally manga's cheaper than anime, depending on how you go about it. If you want to collect an older series and your local store doesn't have it, that's when it starts to get a little outrageous for some of these. Like if you look at Sensei, for example.
That's a good point. Manga, let's say it's easier to collect after the fact. If you're buying it as it comes out, it's going to really rack up in the price quickly. Anime will as well, though. Yeah, I don't know. Just in my experience, collecting a complete series of manga is usually going to be in the hundreds of dollars for buying like a bundle of it. Whereas anime, you can, complete season for, fairly cheap. Anyway, continue.
All right. Are you more concerned about breaking the tradition of not attending AX next year? I wish I have attended AX. That's a place I would like to go. Let's see what other questions we've got. Can we make a pact to inform each other of anime Kickstarters that happen? Follow AC's Twitter and post there, and let's try to create a community.
My
I
mouse
like
is
this
doing something
pact.
weird.
Well, don't play with your mouse.
It's because I had the candy on the trackpad. Anyway.
Okay, Monster Musume. I understand the folding will get a quicker shelf wear, but with how they kind of package it, this thing will probably last a lot longer if you take care of it and or not have children.
Well, I guess that rules me out.
Do we want to open the can of worms I mentioned earlier before or after the Dakashi discussion? After, because more people will talk. So,
do you know the can of worms? Did he address it to you?
If I remember past podcasts, I think he's mentioned it, but it might be something a little more to it.
It's Robotech related.
Go check. Oh, ooh. Well,
yeah. Wait, it's not really a can of worms. That is what you're talking about, right? FDDNM?
well, let's talk about the Kashi first.
Yeah, let's do that. Mine is somewhere over here. I'm not even going to look for it.
It's the same copy.
It is. Except mine has a Funimation sticker right on the dang slipcover.
All right.
Augie,
So,
he says he didn't address it with you because you don't have DMs open on Twitter. So either go follow FDDNM or open up your DMs to everybody, so you don't have to be following them.
well, how
We'll do
many
that later.
sessions
Anyway.
am I supposed to host?
So jumping right in, this is I'm just riding a wave of bad recording stuff right now, and I like my mind is just going nuts because probably very likely because of how poorly nourished I was when there was no money in the bank. But the bad recording session I had, just to address that real quick, was Ancient Magus Bride. I tried to record. I stayed in California for a long time to go to the screening, so I'd have a babysitter. Things didn't go well. End of discussion for now. I'm still planning on trying to make the video. If things don't wrap themselves up, I will address it in a future podcast. But as far as Dagashi Kashi, loved it. I thought it was a lot. I thought it was way more fun than an anime deserves to be for what it was. And I also think that if an American cartoon had done what they did, I would have hated it. I don't know why. I don't know if I would have felt that way had I seen Dagashi Kashi in Japan. Like if I had grown up there and, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. As you can see, I went out and bought candies and stuff just because of it. And I don't usually eat this kind of stuff. But what about you, Augie?
Oh, I enjoyed it quite well. I remember trying to catch it as it was being simulcasted. It's made from the manga was published from Shonen Sunday, so I typically enjoy what they publish as well.
Okay.
So your average typical summer of boy meets girl comedy gag series, which focuses on candy. As it tries to deliver the comedy, you also get a taste of travel with this show, as they talk about the origins of the candy, where it comes from, and silly scenarios like the whistling candy who try to whistle, or whoever the guy open trade with America to Japan, like how they tried to trick ramen to the Japanese.
That was hilarious. That was so freaking funny, especially in the dub. Did you watch it dubbed or sub? You said you're trying to watch the simulcast, so wait.
Well, totes, bro. I watched both.
Okay, well, of course you did.
Which I knew what totes meant.
I watched it dubbed, and I gotta say that Tabitha. Dang it! I looked it up right before this.
Tabitha Mandy, or
no, it's got to be. It's in my. I just looked it up. So Tabitha Ray, the voice actor who did Hotaru, she's really good. And it was refreshing. It was a voice actor I hadn't heard. She's been in other stuff, but if you look up her stuff, it's like they don't have a name next to it. Like she's just a random character. So she's not somebody that is like, she wasn't bogged down with the baggage of all the other characters that you've already heard her play, basically. And I thought they did a great job with it. I'm reading it. FDM says, I thought Dagashi Kashi was enjoyable, but ultimately he didn't feel that fulfilled because there wasn't much of a beginning or an end to it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I haven't fully discussed my opinion all the way yet. Talking about voice actors, this is the first time I heard Todd Abercorn not be awkward for once. But
yeah, let's go over, since I've got it right here. Let's quickly go over the list. So he was Coconuts, which was a great puns in the show because his name was Kokonotsu, and they called him Coconuts. Tabitha Ray was Hotaru Shidare. Jeremy Inman was Yo. Justin Pate was To, which I don't know why they chose to name those characters that. And Sarah Ragsdale was Saya. Actually, one of the things I thought was really funny and interesting about how they handled the show is the fact that there's only like 5 characters in it for almost the whole show. And they kept talking about, like, they were worried about leaving the shop unattended, and it's like, literally the only other character in the show is that little kid, I thought it was really funny how little they actually drew other people. And it was just like, they kind of referenced it towards the end of the series. Like the fact that there's just nobody else there, or I guess it was during the festival episode. Boy, I hate these headphones. During the festival episode where they're like, I didn't realize there were this many people in town. I was like, oh yeah, no, they're from out of town.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, I liked how they discussed the dichotomy of how this candy store's ran. How it's ran, how To, I believe, is the father. How he has
I think To is the friend, actually.
To's the friend anyway. Yo or To, the big guy. How he has a friendly demeanor towards kids, and how the rich girl.
Yeah, Yo is the father. Just to clarify. Anyway, go ahead. The rich girl.
Anyway, the rich girl, the Hotaru enters the town trying to get his dad to his being Coconut's dad to sell the shop to her so they can expand her candy empire, which is what her family does.
Yeah.
So you have.
No, that's not what she wanted. She wanted him to work for her. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, they basically wanted, because the plot was that they wanted, she needed to get Coconuts to take over the shop so that the dad who was running the shop would be freed up to go to work for their company. Of course, they wanted to make their own stalls. Like, they wanted to start a chain of stores that were just like his, basically. Yeah.
So you have
the caramel candy is actually really good.
So you have that. You have the whole Sandlot summer, which I like how they go about it. I still think Sandlot committed a federal offense for having the tequila song without the tequila dance.
What are you talking about, Sandlot?
They used the song Tequila when they got drunk and went to the summer carnival. That same song, Tequila, was also used in Pee-wee's Big Adventure when he did the infamous tequila dance in the bar.
I never watched Pee-wee. Are you talking about The Sandlot, the movie?
Yeah, the one with Small as You're Killing Me, Picture's Got a Big Butt.
My dad is in that movie, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my dad's a stunt man, or he was when I was growing up. He is one of the robbers when they're telling the story about the dog. They have a stunt he did where he falls like on the hood of a car, and they show that stunt from like 4 different angles. Anyway, continue.
I kind of wish your dad was the forever guy, but so you have the summer, like what they do this summer. You kind of see where they are, where they go, and kind of relatable if you live in a smaller town.
Yeah.
Then you have the silly stories that they do, like I said before, for the Whistling Candy, how Japan opened trade with America.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun to learn a lot about, like, because you couldn't do this with American candy, because American candy is just like, eat this, get a sugar high, and then crash, And then we have the gimmicks like, dude, eat a Snickers or whatever the commercials are. But with this, it's like they had the Glico caramels that are like, they give you this many calories so that you can run like this many meters and whatnot. I thought it was really fun, a fun way to kind of go through the fact that there's a lot more history behind Dagashi, which, by the way, the title of the show, Dagashi Kashi, translates to like cheap sweet candy or something like that. So Dagashi is like a special type of Japanese snack sold at like either Dagashi stores or like convenience stores that are just really cheap because they're just for kids. So they're not, they're just like a cheap little throw down $1 and walk out with more than one little type of candy sometimes. So anyway, but yeah, I thought it was really interesting how they, there's just so much to it. There was so much more candy than exists over here, it felt like, because over here it's like, oh, we've got this kind of candy bar, this kind of candy bar, that kind of candy bar. But they had like what you might consider pogs, like they were candies that were also games or also activities, and there were just so freaking many of them. Say what?
Also horror stories.
Yeah. It's funny because remember I was telling the story about how I had to finish the show. That was the episode where I'm like, okay, so we went out, got all the candy and stuff. We went and got some Thai food, brought it home. Family's going to sit in the bedroom and watch, pick up where I left off because I needed to finish the show. That episode is the one that I was watching at that point. And my son, my wife and I feel so bad. Like we're going to give him nightmares over because he's 4, over the grandpa with the bleeding eyes and all that.
Anyway,
we'll see.
What are you talking about? Sometimes to a 4-year-old kid, a dead body, ooh, cool, it's all gross and stuff. You also have that side to it as well.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to have nightmares from it, but it was, I don't know. So what's going on with me right now is the fact that I drove 6 hours last night. I'm like, it's part of my chiropractic problem, is that the nerve in my, I'm pinching a nerve at my brainstem. It's part of the problem with my spine that causes me to be constantly in a fight or flight state. So I have like all this like weird tension, racing thoughts and anxiety happening right now that doesn't need to be there. And it's like, from a logical standpoint, it's like, dude, just calm down. But inside, it's like I literally can't, and it's driving me nuts right now. I think you guys can tell.
Oh yeah, we didn't mention Saya and her brother's coffee shop.
Oh God, yeah, I just saw the comment about the food review channel. That was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the coffee shop was a little bit weird because they wanted, Hotaru basically, I gotta stop eating these. These are, I can barely talk with them in my mouth right now. But Hotaru was talking about having Saya, because she was so good at games, she picked them up really fast and she was really good at them. She was like, you should work at the Dagashi store. And I'm like, she already runs a coffee shop.
With a coffee shop, aside from them still having a smoking section, which, a small dump in town, that's probably nice because you can get the blue collar in, and to rest, and also the white collar over stress. With coffee, unlike hot chocolate and tea, which is simple, that's a complicated science. Like how you brew it, what to brew, the temperature of it. Do I get a French? How long should I leave it in a French press? Should I just wait for the whole thing to run through the pot, or should I just quickly get it, then put the pot in? Mm-hmm. And it's a very complicated bean, it turns out. Hence why you have another factor as to why you have 2 Starbucks corner to corner, wherever that is.
Yeah, down the street, down the other street, and that other street too. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What's strange around here is some barbecue branches are like that, and I don't see what the big deal about that branch is either.
Say Arby's?
Barbecue. BBQ.
Okay.
We have South Carolina stuff.
I wouldn't know.
We never heard of this Texas dry rub.
I've heard of it. I don't think I've ever actually eaten it.
So then you have the ending of the show, which is
What was the last episode? I just watched it like an hour ago. What happened?
What happened?
Oh, that was the one. Wait,
that's like a two-parter where Wataru asks Coconuts to make his decision, and she kind of leaves, and it ends open-endedly. However, it's enough for me to want to read the comics. So
yeah, I wouldn't mind reading the manga.
Oh yeah, for a short anime like that, to get me hyped up, one, to get me hyped up, two, to just be flat out fun. We're keeping a pace where it doesn't feel like I'm sitting there for hours. It feels like 15 minutes has passed and I watched 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Beautiful animation. And a catchy opening and ending thing.
The characters were really, the personalities were really likable.
Oh yeah.
You know, it just, to put it very simply, it was a very fun show. It didn't need to take it too seriously. It was just one of those things you could kind of put on and enjoy what you were watching. And it's also one of those shows where I feel like I could rewatch it in the near future, as you basically did, and enjoy it just as much the second time around.
So maybe we can get the manga over here. Maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know. I'm interested to read more. But for those who want a direct plot and end, this one's kind of open and floaty. So you can kind of watch the first episode, then skip to any other episode. I'd argue that the last 2 you'd have to watch in sequence because of a slight tension. Yeah. But other than that,
they could easily have continued and I was gonna say they could have had hundreds of episodes, but really they are kind of limited to how much candy there was.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
What kind of got me with one of the candies is you saw the face of Felix the cat.
Yeah, that was in the last episode. Yeah, I saw that too. Or that was the one with the. Hold on.
That was second to last, but anyway.
Okay, hold on. My 4-year-old wants to kiss me goodnight.
Oh.
Here, back. Hey, bud. Sweet dreams. All right. What were we saying? that last episode we were talking about
it was either the last one or the second to last one.
I think it was the second to last one because that was the one with the gum where he didn't win and he was trying to impress that girl.
Yeah.
That little kid. I would have done the kiss on camera, but my son apparently is going to sleep naked. So anyway, that totally just killed everything. So what was your favorite? I mean, you obviously you didn't taste. I mean,
I've had some of the candy.
We've had some of the candy, but in terms of just
candy.
Yeah, exactly. But in terms of just gotta address the chat. We're in Arizona. It's really hot out here. It's not that weird.
Oh, come on. It's just a dry heat. Over in Alabama, we're boiling in the humidity.
Anyway, what was your favorite, like, thinking back, which ones did you really like? Like, which episodes, not necessarily because of the episode, but because the little gags that revolved around the candy, which were your favorites? Let me ask that.
I wish you would have let me known that ahead of time. I would have had a list to point that out. But from memory, the ones I liked was the Ramune, Scary Gum, this off-filler episode where you see the 2 girls bond, both episodes. So one involved the poo candy.
Oh, God, yeah.
And I'm not sure what the other one involved. I think it was the same part of the episode where she rescues her from the rice paddy field.
Yeah. I feel like one of the things that was kind of funny about the show is how dirty everybody's mind was except for Hotaru.
Oh, yeah. She's just a sweet candy girl.
Yeah. That was pretty funny. I liked the, in terms of candy, that I both enjoyed it in the show and also would have, I looked for it when I was at the store, was the grape candy where one of them was really sour.
I want to try that. I think it'll be very similar to what our version of that was back in the 90s.
What was ours called?
I forgot what it was called. I just picked it up because it had grapes on it and it promised to be sour.
Huh. Well, I like it because I wrote this. I've been like developing like this detective series, and in this series, I wrote in this restaurant that they eat at, where they have it's a sushi place that has this roll called the Russian roulette roll, and basically there's 6 of them, and one of the rolls is just loaded with wasabi underneath the fish. So it like just to the point where it's just you want to die after having it. So I always like the Russian roulette style foods. I've always got a kick out of that. So I liked that one. I also liked the fake beer that Hotaru gets actually drunk off of. That was one of the earlier episodes.
Oh yeah, I think that was like 3 or 4, something like that.
Yeah. So what about you guys in the chat? I know that is John Shane here? He's being silent if he is. He messaged me on Twitter. He mentioned that he had finished watching Dagashi Kashi yesterday.
Oh yeah, there's one aspect of Dagashi Kashi that we haven't talked about.
The fact that the name also translates to however?
What I read was whatever, but same.
It's Dagashi Kashi. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, the different show cameos that they like Gundam.
Yeah, I knew. I had a feeling that was the reason you suggested it, because I knew you were going to know all of them.
That Saint Seiya, obviously, and so much more. Mm-hmm. We haven't talked that much in depth about the opening and ending. I know the ending will stand out because it's like another energized version of Alice in Wonderland with Calorie Queen.
Yeah, I really liked Hotaru's character. Like, to be perfectly honest, I've never really understood the waifu culture, like the waifu thing, but I felt like she had real good I don't know the way to phrase it, but she seemed like she was prime for a prime candidate. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, I'm gonna open up that ramen. I gotta slam it down. It's stuck to my hand though. There you go. I don't want to break my computer or spill soda on it. There, dang it. I'm glad I had that foresight. I'm literally with sheer force of will holding the soda in the bottle right now.
Never play that game, but what I would do with ramen, I would put it on a hard counter and kind of slowly work it down.
Yeah. See, the problem is that this is a standing desk that I'm standing at, so yep. It's elevated, and if I were to do that, I'd break it and launch the computer down. I can't believe I managed to only let like 3 drops come out of that. Whew, I felt that pressure. So is it going to be lemon flavored? It does not. It tastes like bubble gum. I feel lied to by the show.
No.
Because the thing in that episode was about the lemonade, that the name came from his way of the Japanese pronunciation of lemonade. But that also was practically a lie. So what? Oh, Hotaru, referring to the waifu thing, I was talking about Hotaru. I loved her outfits, and I loved how every episode they were slightly different.
I liked both characters.
I liked both, but I'm just saying that Hotaru. The only thing about Hotaru that was a little bit weird is her eyes.
Oh, how deranged she was, like an old bonkers.
Oh my goodness!
Or
yeah, they were a little creepy.
Yeah, I've watched enough Darkwing Duck and Bonkers to get over that.
It'd be enough. They might look less weird in the manga. I wonder, like the way they're drawn.
Oh, it's probably drawn the same way.
No, it's probably drawn the same way, but I'm just saying, seeing it still picture to picture, rather than alive and moving. I feel like it might look different. It might read differently.
Want to reveal what prize we got with our whistling candy?
Oh yeah. What is the thing at the bottom of the Fue Ramene?
Huh? That's the prize.
Oh, it's a prize. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
remember the episode? The episode explained it comes with a prize.
I forgot.
All right, I guess
that
I'll
was
go
one
first.
That was one of the early episodes, so I had seen that, and then I took like a week off because I was busy with editing stuff. How'd you even open this, dude?
It has a tab at the corner that you lift.
Oh, it does, and it has a little pull here thing that I didn't even bother to look at.
I agree with Mecha Guy. I like how different the eyes were. It's like something interesting to look at it with the uniqueness. But I'll go ahead and reveal what I got first. So what I got is this, a little twig with a nipple, but really it's a top.
I got a squirrel.
But I'll show that on.
Can you see it? There you go. I was gonna say, couldn't see it.
Sweet. How thick is it?
How thick is it?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you got a rocking squirrel.
Yeah, it's a little rocking. Doesn't really rock. It kind of like vibrates back to its original position very quickly. Anyway, so yeah, that's interesting.
This thing spins really good.
Say what? The spin?
This thing really spins. Yeah.
Yeah, may have dropped a little bit more than 2 drops on the ground because it's really wet where I'm standing.
Uh-oh.
So the whistle. Wow.
Well,
Oh, okay, I see. Dang, that's actually kind of a complicated shape on the inside for a candy.
Want to see what else is complicated?
Sure. Are you doing it in? I have the
I can legitimately whistle, but
I have the camera stuck on me. This is killing me right now. I need to just stop touching it. There we go. Okay, go ahead and do it again.
Okay, can you see me? Thumbs up if you can.
Yes.
Now can you see me? Shut up. That's it.
I laughed and it went back to me. I'm going to click on your camera.
Am I good?
You're good.
Okay, last time, because I'm going to get a complaint.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so
August we've uncovered his secret identity.
Yes, Whistling Man.
Yes, I do read the live chat. Welcome to the podcast.
Ooh.
This is one of my most recent subscribers, guys. Thank you for stopping in.
Ooh.
So anyway, should we?
What did you feel about the opening?
I liked it. It wasn't.
It did what it's supposed to for me, get me hyped to watch more of the show.
Well, it's not something like I would put on my. I'm not saying I wouldn't put it on my iPod, kind of thing, but it's not the kind of thing where listening to it while not watching the show would make me want to come back and watch the show because of it. Regarding the opening, if music alone, let me put it that way. It was interesting how the first couple episodes had a different opening. The opening kept changing. Did you notice that?
Mm.
It had the same song, but it had different
song,
visuals.
But slightly different visuals.
Yeah, slightly different visuals. So,
who animated this? Oh, no wonder it's Catacala. Oh wow!
Wow,
Catacala.
This is way more sour than I thought it was going to
be. Oh, that's sour to you?
The one I got. This is the default one, right?
Yeah. Well, this isn't the exact company that they said, but this is a version of it. Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. I thought it was going to be sweet. Instead, it's sour. It's not super sour. It's just that I thought it was going to be sweet.
Oh.
I think they addressed it in the episode too, but
I wonder what the yellow flavor tastes like. Since in that sketch you had coconuts be the white one, then his dad was the yellow one.
Mm-hmm.
That, or maybe that was a sun-faded one. I don't know. Oh yeah, the cherry episode. How'd you react to that?
Say that again. The cherry episode?
Yeah, the one where they show the sweet cherries.
What happened with that one?
You have Hotaru and Saika on I guess one of those mountains that lead
That
up
was
to a temple.
the What Does Love Taste Like one?
Yes.
Yeah, that was good. See, you have to understand, like I was trying to explain at the beginning, even though I was like just going through that weird fight or flight thing with my neck. I feel like I've calmed down a little bit now, but I was having a hard time with watching the show towards the end because I'm like, my 4-year-old's here, and this is inappropriate. That's definitely inappropriate. Oh, am I tying up Hotaru? And then it's like, oh, here she is in the Shibari bondage. Just like, oh my God, So that particular scene, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to because I was more distracting my son. But
I'll just tell him that it's a rodeo.
Yeah, so there's your answer. If you want to talk about it, go ahead.
No, that was it. I liked the build up. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I thought it was good. But like I said, I was a little preoccupied. So I just want to catch up on the chat real quick. Zethus Thorn says they told me they got anime membership from Right Stuff. I'm curious, have you? I assume you haven't used it yet because you just told me that a couple days ago.
I have an account of that as well.
Yeah, I've got it. I often wonder if it is worth it in terms of how much I actually buy off Right Stuff, but it almost certainly is because usually once a year I spend enough that I'll benefit enough from it just in one purchase.
Similar to Gurren Lagann, I would recommend would be Needless if you ever get a chance to watch that.
I have that actually. I just haven't watched it yet. Yeah, FDUM says he was wondering if I found it appropriate for my son. Yeah, God. I'm just gonna say that the bomb episode, the bomb ice cream, the booby ice cream episode, that's gonna take a while to iron out the inappropriate behavior from my kid.
Well, he's gonna have a sister soon, so he'll understand the booby stuff.
Yeah. Not sure I like that.
Isn't like he's going to go around with this substance he can't obtain and say, "Ooh, look at me."
Anyway, I don't want to get into it, but things got real awkward.
Well, you want to talk about awkward? One time I went to a Rocky Horror show, the Rocky Horror
picture show,
way they do it live on stage.
Yeah, the live one, yeah.
So it was a censored one, so they didn't have people throw stuff. They had all these people dressed up, and one of them was a young Dr. Frankenfurter. Okay. Someone's 6 to 4-year-old son was dressed up as this, and he wanted to feel pretty. That's why he did it. I thought it was hilarious, but
yeah. When it comes to Rocky Horror Picture Show, I guess it is a little bit different, but I don't know. I feel like you're walking a fine line between child abuse and anyway, let's get off this topic. Last podcast, we kind of went off on this for a good long while and made the longest podcast we've done so far, I think.
4 hours, 20 minutes, and a lot of seconds. That doesn't matter.
FDDM says, what are you going to do when he finds your hentai collection? When does he get allowed to access it? Referring to my 4-year-old. First of all, the nearly 99 or nearly 100%, I'm saying probably 99% of that stuff's not even open. There are a lot of anime that I have in my collection that I think I would be more worried about him getting into, to be honest with you. But I don't know. Haven't gotten that far. I'll deal with that when the time comes.
When are you going to show him MD Geist?
I would much rather him see MD Geist than, let's say, Violence Jack. Personally,
Well, point of Violence Jack, the common release is all celluloid. It's not even worth watching. Nah,
okay. Yeah. I lost it. I lost my train of thought.
If you're uncomfortable about this, we can talk about something else.
Yeah, let's move on. No,
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
what are you going to choose for the next?
What do I want to choose? Okay, so I actually want people to vote a little bit. Like I want to run an idea past you guys. I would like to watch Tonari no Seki-kun, or My Neighbor Seki, which is what's it called? The Master of Wasting Time. It's one of those things where I'm looking over here. It's probably right next to me. Like I could probably grab it and pull it out right now.
I could.
It's right here. It's right here. Tonari no Seki-kun. Of course,
Hold up.
Hold on.
Show it.
Let me. I think I know why my. Hold on. I think I know why the stream is going so bad. Let me see if I can fix this. So that's a 2. I can't. There it goes. Okay. Now I can see it. Detroit Metal City is actually not a bad idea. Okay, let me stop this real quick. And let me check here. I'm going to close this window and that window. Oh, actually, no, I need that window open so I can. Oh, no, I don't need to. I don't need that to be open to stop the broadcast later. Anyway.
As your troubleshooting.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm seeing.
I don't know what to do right now. It's not good. The stream quality. I can't see my own camera. Like it's just me. But this is Tonari no Seki-kun, the Master of Killing Time. That's what it's called. I'd like to watch this one. There was another show. There was 2 other shows I suggested to you. What were they? Do you remember? Oh, Sabagebu.
Sabagebu. And let's see, what's it called? Oh yeah, Girls in Panzer.
Oh yeah. So Girls in Panzer, Sabagebu, or Survival Games Club.
Are you sure you don't want to add in Time Boken because your son has the Dachitama?
No, the Kendama.
Yeah, Kendama.
I felt like this would be the most appropriate to watch with my son, or the least inappropriate, let's say. But I don't know. Sabagebu, I have actually already started, and I watched about, I don't know, 4 or 6 episodes maybe of it, and loved it. It was so funny.
I've already seen it.
Yeah, so I'd like to get it back into that just to get through it, but I know that my wife really wants to see this. So I'm just curious what you guys want to see. Sabagebu does not suck. It's funny. Thoughts on it, Augie? I thought it was really cleverly put together, and it was just a funny premise that they handled where they do it like sort of like it's live action, not live action, like it's like they're LARPing, right? And then in the show, it's like in their you sort of see their imagination version of it, but they're LARPing with airsoft guns rather than like Middle Earth style. So I'm going to just catch up on the chat because we got some like drama going on.
Yeah, for some reason people are mentioning a show that we haven't even mentioned.
Yep.
Nagesco, I need to watch that sooner or later.
I've seen that. So Boruto is trash. I have no comment on it because I'm like 2 discs into Naruto Shippuden still.
Apparently someone did something bad. I haven't seen Fairy Tail. I know a little bit about Boruto. It's like Naruto, but a little bit more character development. If you don't like it, fair enough. Watch something else. Yeah,
I haven't watched it. I'm just gonna say from what I've seen, I don't think I'm gonna love Boruto. Although I will say that I've enjoyed. I'm not saying I love it, but I've enjoyed Naruto. I don't think I'm gonna love Boruto because I feel like by the time I get through that much of it, it's gonna be like I'm so done with this. Regarding Shippuden and all that, Fairy Tail looks dumb to me, but I'm gonna give it a chance when I get it.
Fairy Tail, I'm interested to watch it because it's from that same guy who did Brave Master. To me, with Naruto, I have a different mindset. When I'm sitting down and watching it, it's like another version of X-Men to me. Except they don't focus on the other characters. It's usually
What's
2
wrong
characters.
With that? You know what? I think that I think that if they wanted to just print money with that show, rather than continue with Boruto, literally, go back, reanimate the entire first series from the perspective of a different team. Show us what they were doing.
Yeah.
I think that would be such a great way to handle it.
Okay, JoJo's Adventure Part 3.
What about it?
Ooh, I've read all the JoJo at the moment.
I'm going to grab a towel. It seems like the ground keeps getting wetter. Hold on.
I know he said wetter, but it sounded like he said butter. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3. This is the one that got Rocky more famous and also had a fighting game that's just as big as Street Fighter 2. But how they did it, how they did the newer series of it, the best way to describe it, it's like it did a different version of Johnny Quest. It will feel a little
That was a weird thing to walk back into. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about Stardust Crusade.
Okay.
To me, this is like another version of Johnny Quest, essentially.
Okay.
The adventure is a little long-winded, but it develops every character except Jotaro. You'll like this Polnareff character when you get to him. But that's my opinion.
So Part 3 is the one that was already released way back when, or is that Part 4 and 5?
That's Part 3.
Yeah, so you're talking to somebody else. I get it now. I've caught up. I understand. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3 is coming to Toonami this Saturday. Is it dubbed with the original dub, or are they redoing the dub?
Redoing the dub.
Oh, yes. Please tell me it's the same people who dubbed the original, or the one that just came out.
Yes, Diane Sinclair will be Dio.
Oh, yes. Glorious. I'm the only person I know who loves that dub. People don't understand. It's the only way you could possibly live up to the insane stuff that's happening on screen is with an incredibly insane dub. I love it. I'm so looking forward to this.
They almost matched the voices from the commercial, almost matched the old voices, just Abdul's voice changed a little.
It's not the voice. It's the fact that they're just throwing in like these really hackney, like British accents. You know? Yeah. No, it's just... This is like the happiest I've been all week right now, just hearing that. That's awesome.
All right. Button said, so Chunibyo, I cannot wait for that movie to come out.
Yeah, that show was fantastic.
I think
so
Zethus Thorn's Thunderbolt is like...
Yeah, it's saying Lightning Bolt. I'm assuming you mean Gundam Thunderbolt.
I haven't seen it.
I've seen it. You want an amazing spoiler? I want to tell.
After you say that, no.
So bad. It's such an amazing scene in there, but it's like you kind of have to experience it for yourself. Yeah, I won't spoil it. Go watch it. It's great.
I thought Gundam Evolved was supposed to be the bad Gundam. When are we going to get our SD Gundam?
Hold on, let me catch up on the chat. You guys are referencing stuff that I'm like. Yeah, so Fairy Tail too much. Fairy Tail tries too much and apparently rips from Rave Master quite a bit.
If it's come from the creator of Rave Master, I wouldn't say it's a ripoff. He's probably
Rave Master. I don't know if it's just the dub. There's a bizarre show.
Zethus Thorn. Watch the previous podcast.
Mm-hmm.
If you can, if you can handle it, and we answered that question there.
The most expensive anime purchase? Yes, we did.
The
Blu-ray release is only on the collector's edition. You talking about the fact that the original release, the limited edition for Chunibyo, did they only do a Blu-ray for the limited edition one? Because I know that the limited edition one for the first season at least is the only one that actually has a dub.
I don't know yet.
Anyway, Well, FDD&M is probably. I mean, I'm catching up to the chat, but he probably already brought up the fact that because he just told me yesterday or whatever that that they're doing like a season 1 and season 2 set now. Like they're gonna do another set coming out. It's gonna have both. So maybe you'll get what you need that way.
Someone said the Sentai Filmworks release. One show that they announced I'm glad for, finally, I can complete this one, is Two Heart 2.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yep. It's funny. It's literally the very next comment was FDD&M saying exactly what I thought he was going to say. Literally a day or two ago.
So they announced.
Everybody's night's getting made tonight. This is a great podcast. Now that I don't feel like crazy. I don't know what was going on with me earlier, but it wasn't a good place to be.
Well, you were dieting and you wanted to eat candy.
Yeah, let's go with that.
All right. So a little while ago, Kogias had
Gundam Thunderbolt gave you AIDS. Sorry, I'm chiming in over you. What are you saying?
Bandai made an announcement that they're doing a typical Bandai thing of making a trilogy movie series of Kogias.
Oh, God. Did you guys see that tweet? That was the funniest thing I've seen in a long time. Somebody asked on Twitter, they said, do I need to watch Code Lyoko before I see Code Geass? Somebody chimed in and said, watch Code Lyoko, then Codename Kids Next Door, then Code Geass to understand the story of the best.
There you go. Confuse them with Spaniard co-production, then something that should be really a sideshow for Billy and Mandy.
Codename Kids Next Door was created by the. Was that? Did have. What?
It wasn't created by Maxwell Adams, but they were good friends. That's why you saw like them. Codename Kids Next Door, and
I gave that show a chance because of the creator. I don't remember who it was or what they had did that made me give them a chance, but it wasn't worth giving them a chance. Anyway, let me catch up here real quick. So, is this stream? Yes, it is. Welcome. So, Nadia's Secret of the Blue Water. Yeah. Which version of the DVD? I've got the. I think, God, are they right here again? They are. This podcast is so convenient. I don't even have to walk anywhere. This is such a good.
As you're kneeling down to your desk, Two Heart 1 was released by Right Stuff.
Yes, it was. Here's Nadia. This is the set that I have, which, if I ever get around to doing the Anime Collector custom art boxes, that set's definitely going to get one just because I hate having to pick those up like that.
Watch
anyway.
Podcast 1 to see what version of Nadia I have. Okay, so the trilogy movies that Bandai does, what they do is they take this whole show and they just abridge it in 3 different parts.
Okay.
Not in print. You can probably find them. I have the thin pack art box.
Zethus Thorn, just so you know, that Code Geass Blu-ray set is currently on sale on Amazon. You might want to pick that up. Sorry, I'm just going through the chat. Man, I really need to get caught up. Just give me a second so that we can get back on track. Code Geass, what stuff? I have not watched the Code Geass yet. I never got around to it.
I remember watching it on Adult Swim.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it at first because they kept juggling the episodes. Juggling the episodes. 2, people over talking about it at that time. And 3, you can't juggle the episodes with this one. I literally saw like a soap opera.
Yeah, I literally saw the first 2 episodes, and my friend Andrew, at the time, I've had in History of the Anime Collector videos, he talked to me about that show. He was hyping it up and telling me you get sort of my collecting habits come from, or I guess my friends shared sort of these things. But he was telling me this show's so great. They order a pizza from Pizza Hut in every episode, and that was how he sold the show to me. Anyway.
Too bad they censored that.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. Well, you don't want. It's a terrorist organization. That's not good PR. Typically, when they do
too bad they didn't get Arby's every episode. They would have gone with it.
Before I continue the Dios comment for FDNM, usually if they do a trilogy movie with Sunrise, that typically means that they're either on the works for another production with that same creator, or they might continue that property with something more. With Code Geass, back to that again, I rewatched that with my club, my anime club at the time. It's now kind of not running at the moment due to lack of location. So I sat there and watched it with them. I really enjoyed it, like how they did the story elements, how they hinted stuff like what's happening with Orange Boy. Then I'm not going to say too much because I don't want you to be spoiled, AC, on it.
I appreciate that. I was about to, but I just want to say, I want to say real quick, so you're having trouble with a location, right?
Yeah, I know how to fix it.
I just want, you may not actually go with this, but I just want to put this out there. There's a website called Rabbit. Have you ever heard of it, anybody? I think it's called RABB. Hold on, I'm going to screw this up. I think it's called Rabbit.io. I think it's rabb.it, but I could be wrong. Let me look it up real quick. Yeah, rabb.it. What it is it's like a virtual. It's basically like, imagine Skyping, but instead of seeing the other person, you see a web browser, right? So you can use this virtual console and watch things on like Netflix or Crunchyroll or whatever, and you can have a dialogue with the person you're watching with. So like my wife and I have watched stuff together when we're separated, and like she's in California with her parents because it's too hot to be in Arizona for her and my son, and I'm over here working on videos and stuff. We were considering doing this for Game of Thrones and whatnot, but it just so happened that we ended up reconnecting at all the right moments to be totally caught up with that. But yeah, it's a great website you can use to be able to watch stuff with people who are in completely different parts of the world and have a pretty decent experience with them, where you can watch it together and communicate like you're sitting right next to each other talking about what you're seeing, So in the meantime, while you're waiting on getting things set up, that is an option. And if you don't take it, that's fine, but other people might find that interesting and find a way to connect with people. So it's a pretty great website.
Yeah, why not? Speaking of that topic, do you have that link that I sent you over the past 2 weeks?
I do not.
About the, what do you call it, the indie movie theater?
Oh, yeah. I'll pull that up in just a second. Real quick, though, I do want to mention, while I was working on that Tokyo Ghoul video, I found out that the actress who played Toka, who I thought was the best actress in the movie, apparently she quit acting to go join the Happy Science cult.
Well, the Happy Science cult, what that is, it is not Scientology, but how it formed, it's kind of similar to Scientology in America.
For all intents and purposes, just for you to understand what it is, it's basically Scientology, but it's not affiliated with Scientology. It's a Japanese.
It's not Scientology. What they did was a group of people looked at a whole bunch of religions, mixed them together, and started promoting it like it was a religion.
That's kind of what Scientology did too. Well, they have these different echelons of like how they work. The lower echelons bring people in from all sorts of different religions, and they manipulate people into believing that going higher up in Scientology will get them further in their walk with whatever religious faith they have, right? And then they're slowly perverting it and directing them towards this control grid that they can't get out of. So,
Okay.
I'm looking up a bunch of those Right Stuff cards that come in all the stuff just fell off my desk.
Speaking of happy
Where's
science,
this link?
one,
Can you send it to me again? Or
I am not in the convenience. I'm not conveniently there to do that. However, if I can continue on this one topic, you should be able to find it.
How many days ago did you send it to me?
Yeah,
A week
I think
ago?
it was 2 Wednesdays ago, something like that. I know it was last week.
Okay. Go ahead.
So with happy science, one of the why this gets brought up in the anime community, I guess, is because they fund or commission anime films to be released, and the majority of them, or all of them, are in English. One has a physical release in the U.S. It was released with Image Entertainment. You can find all these movies. If you are just curious, they are all on Amazon Prime. If you have a Prime account, free to watch.
What are you talking about?
The Happy Science anime movies.
Huh.
Are they good? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they did Hermes, The Winds of Love, right?
Yes.
Winds of Love? Yeah. We should watch that.
What's weird is if you look up these movies on ANN, they will have just the title mentioned, but they will not list anything else. Not a single voice actor, not aside from this one person who keeps getting commissioned. They don't really cite that movie all that well, which is strange.
You mean Hermes movie?
Hmm?
You mean Hermes? Is it Winds of Love or Wings of Love?
Close enough. If they look it up, they can find it.
I'll look it up.
I have not seen Game of Thrones. Well, 2 weeks ago or last Tuesday, it rained over here. Then after the rain went away, in the building that I was in, I was able to see like all the humidity, just steam from the treetops, as if it was a scene from Congo or some sort of rainforest. Luckily, I just did not go outside that day. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the English release? Because there's all sorts of information on the Hermes. It's Winds of Love, by the way.
Well, there was more that the Happy Science people commissioned.
So that might be under the company list. Maybe I could find it that way. Okay,
Wikipedia, Happy Science. Then look up the guy who makes these.
I'm
films,
looking that up on the
there.
News Network. Anyway, so what are you talking about? You went from Game of Thrones to the Congo, to Rain making it look like you were in the Congo.
Well, I said King of Thrones because Zethus mentioned that in the chat. I mentioned Congo.
Yeah, no, I know.
Well,
I don't. We're talking about Game of Thrones first of all,
okay.
and
see, I don't know it. Also, how hot it is and where you're at.
Okay, yeah, I see. I'm catching up on it.
Who knows? Last time I saw them probably updated it by now. I'm willing to put some money down that they haven't.
Hey, Shane's here. Hey, Shane, how you doing? And then Zethus, sorry, I totally interrupted you. Zethus Thorn says that the most coolest anime box set they have is the Honeamise release of Royal Space Force. I have the HD DVD release of that.
Me too.
Somewhere. I'm not going to look for it. Yeah. Anyway, so I totally interrupted you, though. What were you saying?
That was about it. I was hoping you'd find the link to it.
I sent it to you.
Oh.
I sent it in the chat here, in the private chat.
Oh, the behind the curtain. Yeah, Spectacle Theater. Why are we highlighting this? One, it's an indie theater that exists.
Mm-hmm.
Two, it's in New York, useless to us. Three, it shows some of the Korean bootleg anime, which I don't know what the legality of it is. It probably
Why don't you share screen to show them?
Well, I would, but
go ahead and talk
about it.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have a green tea Kit Kat. So FDDM says that today he received his Tenjo Tenge art box with volume 1 that he bought for $15 on Amazon, and it came with all 8 volumes. So lucky you. But unfortunately, you didn't get the pencil box. So the pencil cup that it's supposed to come with. Oof. So you guys were just talking about how hot it is in Arizona? Yikes. Yeah, this melted.
Uh-oh. Oh, don't worry. A few weeks ago, I got some raspberry Kit Kats, and they melted too, so I just stored all that in the refrigerator. Still have some matcha coffee in there.
Oh, they do make matcha Pocky.
Yep.
To answer the question, my favorite Pocky flavor is probably matcha.
I'm still in the hunt for this one flavor of Pocky to import. I keep harassing the Pocky Facebook page every now and then about bringing pumpkin Pocky over to the States. I can find apple. I find chocolate banana. You would think in the fall they would experiment a release of pumpkin Pocky. I don't know why this is an issue. Shoot, last year we got milk Pocky. What is that? Just another flavor of vanilla?
Of vanilla, yeah. Well, don't they have sake flavored Pocky too?
I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't mind tasting a flavored Pocky.
FDDM is asking pencil what? It's literally like a pencil cup. Like, it's just a cup, and you like put, or maybe there's a puzzle in it or something. I forget. Mine came with that. I'm just saying. And you're totally wrong. The show is not terrible.
It shows he's sassing.
He's saying Tenjo Tenge. He hears it's horrible. It's not. Oh. It's awesome. I have this thing. I just need to clarify here. I have this thing that I do where when I watch a show, I will say there's like a not a synopsis, but like a sentence about a show that evokes the feeling of the show. This is the feeling it's going to give you, not necessarily this is factual about the show. So, for example, when I tell people about Ichi the Killer, I say Ichi the Killer is one of those shows, like, you know how in horror movies, how they're going to show you something that's really horrifying, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to see this, and you start looking away, and then they cut to something else, and you're like, oh my God, like, you know, you kind of get your bearings back. I'll say that Ichi the Killer is the type of show where they're about to show you something, so you start to look away and cringe, and then they cut away, and you get, and then they'll cut back and show it to you, like, so they catch you off guard. Probably doesn't actually happen in the show, in the movie, but it feels like that. That's the feeling it gives off, right? Now with Tenjo Tenge, I have to sit down and watch it again to prove that this happens, but that show has so many flashbacks in it. I'm pretty sure there's a flashback inside of a flashback in that show. Like, I'm not even kidding, because the flashbacks last like their entire arcs of the story. So it's kind of like an Inception when they keep going deeper and deeper into the dreams, where all of a sudden you come out of a flashback. You're like, that's right, they were fighting at the school. I totally forgot because I've been watching them go off the backstory of this character for 10 episodes. And that sounds like a really negative thing, but it's such a fun watch. That's such a great show.
I'm kind of the reverse with horror movies. I want to see the bad. That's why I'm there. I'm not saying to do
I shouldn't have said horror movies. I'm just saying that it's something that Ichi the Killer is really in your face about things that you would. It's a visceral thing. It gets you in a way that horror movies don't. It's not like, oh, this is going to scare you. This is horrifying to watch. Horror in the sense that I don't want to watch somebody cut off their own tongue normally. You know, I don't want to see different horrifying, mutilating, sadomasochistic actions. But at the same time, I will say that as soon as the credits hit during Ichi the Killer, I was uncomfortable the whole movie. But as soon as the credits hit, I was like, is there any more of this? Like, I kind of want to watch more. So.
All right. So I think I've got things set up to share on my side. So how do I do this again?
And if you go, like, if you move your mouse on it, well, I have a different version of it than you, but on the left side there should be a little green screen with like an arrow pointing.
Green screen, yes.
Yeah, click on that. So the thing about them derailing, just to address FDNM's comment about Tenjo Tenge, yeah, the show derails constantly, but it's funny because every time it does, the story they derail to quickly becomes more interesting than what they derailed from. So I don't know. You have to watch it. It's fun. It's a fun show. Oh yeah, FDM chimed in on my Ichi the Killer comment saying horrifying in the sense that I don't want to see a guy get a boner from killing. Yeah, should we go over what happens in the opening?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Well, in the opening, the credits. Okay, so literally every character in Ichi the Killer is a sadomasochist, meaning that they have like a sexual gratification from being hurt and also from hurting other people, right? And Ichi, like, again, is horrifying. Like, you don't really, this is not something that you would say, like, this sounds like something I'd want to see. But if you sit down and watch it, you're like, it's a ride. It takes you on a ride, all right? The opening shot is Ichi watching a Yakuza boss beating a woman half to death. And it's giving him an erection. Like, he is enjoying it sexually. And then he ends up going in there and killing the Yakuza boss. And again, it's like it's getting him excited. And then later on, you see what you later realize, oh, that was jizz all over the ground, dripping off of this plant. And the camera looks at it, and the word Ichi the Killer, or Koroshiya 1, Koroshiya Ichi, in kanji, forms in this puddle of jizz. And if that's not gross enough, that's real jizz. Apparently, who's the director?
I don't know.
God, he's like the Quentin Tarantino of Japan. He's an amazing director.
Did he make a really bad NES game?
He made
Battle
Zebra
Royale.
Man. I could grab that and oh no, that's over there. There's the what is his name? He's so good. Takashi Miike. There we go. It came to me. Takashi Miike. Apparently, he passed a bucket around on set to fill that up so that they would have enough for that shot. So, like I said, it's a movie where you're seeing stuff you don't want to see. Okay? And it's like everything about it is awful and horrifying. Yet at the end of it, you're like, it leaves you wanting to see more. It's bizarre.
It's a thrill of, it's a thrill of a thriller. If this was America, like what they did in the movie The Stuff, which is a movie about candy that kills people, obviously parodied in the famous Futurama episode with Slurm. What they used was marshmallow fluff, caulking, and I believe bull jizz, just to create that effect.
That's disgusting.
Well, yeah, that is disgusting, but that's one movie I would love to see just because of the whole premise. But that's not anime. I want to talk about anime. I have an idea. Since you want, AC, since you want a poll for what you want to watch next, can you do that while I share the screen to me? And I can talk about this.
You talk about that. Yeah, that's a great idea. Go ahead and do that. John Shane, I'm sorry that things are My wife just chimed in saying gross. She's here. She can hear it from the other room, me talking about this. I'm sorry that I don't know what's going on with the stream tonight. I hope everything turns out okay. But yeah, I know it's been awful. He says he's having trouble viewing it on the app. But luckily, these get archived. So I'm going to go on Twitter right now and put out a poll, and then I'll link you guys to the Twitter poll.
Can you share the screen to me?
Can I? What?
Yeah, walk me onto the screen. That way, when we talk, it doesn't jump to you.
Yeah, I thought you said share. I thought you said share the screen to me. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's locked on you, by the way.
Oh, okay. So let's begin our journey into what this indie fine is. All right, so here we are. Look at our link. All right, so we have this spectacle, which is a theater in an indie theater in New York. Let's see, and what I want to show y'all is that they show some of the Korean bootlegs from the skinnies. As you can see, like Space Defenders. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Let's start from the top. Boom. So we sell Seoul Korean bootleg anime. Oh, that's painful to read. And the eyes on Shredder there. So what they have is, for these times, which have obviously passed, we can probably catch the Defenders of Earth on this Monday. Yeah, they can. This guy got either commissioned or donated this art. What's it say? P. Thomas, made by us. Awesome poster.
The poll just disappeared.
That's not a good poll.
What the heck? Okay,
Yeah,
I got it back.
So this poster is from Captain of Cosmos. And obviously the trailer of Captain of Cosmos. I wish I knew the legality of this, because this is something I kind of wish I had near me. Just some place to go. Granted, this is crap, but at least it's an enjoyable crap to laugh with friends with. So I'm sitting on the old cushion and pillow at home.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny that you mentioned that, actually, because I feel like with the first impression series I've done so far, both of the live action movies that I've seen for it, I didn't like. And it's funny because I've liked every other live action anime I've seen before it, including Dragon Ball Evolution. And I think it's all because of who I saw them with. In the first impression series, I haven't brought the people that make it fun, you know? Anyway.
If you want to laugh, have me do a riff of Through the Valley, Through the Wind. Too bad that anime movie didn't. Well, technically, it got licensed over here from Streamline Productions. However, the owner of that died, so the licenses, the company kind of went defunct because of that.
I accidentally set the tweet for only 24 hours. Dang it. Nobody vote. Don't vote.
Don't vote. Oh, no.
Deleting the tweet. Oh, God, no. The tweet's going to show up on my Facebook page for it. Hold on. Go ahead. I mean, I'll do this in silence.
Please read me comments if you can, because I can't really do it with this setup.
Don't they use real jizz? Yeah. Sorry. Let me get you more. FDDM says, does she not want to be on the podcast, referring to my wife? She's 7 months pregnant right now and needs her sleep. Have I seen the new Castlevania series on Netflix? I have not yet checked it out.
I haven't checked it out either. I'm curious about it. I don't know how it's considered anime though, because somebody Project Frederator, which does a lot, well, that did shows from Nickelodeon for the most part and some Cartoon Network. And I'll highlight My Life as a Teenage Robot because I barely get a chance to talk about that. So
I hated that show.
What?
Hated it.
What? How in the world do you not? How do you not like Sheldon Lee? Sheldon Oswald Lee.
I didn't like that show.
He likes Jenny because he's a girl. She's a girl.
So funny that the tweet that got posted onto the page didn't have the poll attached to it.
Well, let's see. What else can we go? Oh yeah, I showed you this, but I don't think I showed them this. Would you like to see the D-Rights?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Boom. This is a licensor. Let me rephrase that. For anime to be released through some companies, they have to purchase a license to contract. The Japanese companies often have offices to talk with other countries. This is one of them if it loads. Load. And you have seen, and more likely, if you have seen some of these shows like Yakutaki Japan, Mini Beyblade. This is what comes from.
I just tweeted it again without changing it to more than a day.
Yeah, so.
Sorry.
Okay, so let's go here to kids programs and work our way up. So obviously they have Beyblade. I think this is airing somewhere in the U.S. or probably streaming somewhere. Beast Saga. So here's all your promotional buy our toy, even though the plot line's probably more fitting for a martial arts show. Silk Road Kids Yoto. Sorry about this. I'm not familiar with this. Well, Good Boy, Serious Girl, Chun-Li.
We did, finally.
Nowhere. Tangled fight between two time travelers. Huh. Okay, that's interesting.
I'm copying the link and I'm going to post it in the chat here.
So what's the big deal about me showing this overall? Typically, since these people are selling this rights, it's here. So if you were to suggest a show, maybe what they released or something else, this would load. When you try to suggest stuff to other people, one, treat them like a person. Because, well, with this, what I'm about to go over, if you treat them like a person or politely, they're more likely to listen to that person for what they request. Two, knowing the quicker source as to who has what can help easily guide that license serve either Viz, Funimation, Discotech as to where to go to find these rights. Right, so for D rights, you have El Cazador, Nabari, Erlen Ferry, Yakutaka Japan. I don't know why Bay Warrior Cyborg's over here when it should be in kids programming. Gunsword, Disgaea, Maria Watches Over Us. Whole bunch of stuff. Night Stalker, Sentimental Journey, which that was released by Media Blaster. Then you have some older stuff like West of Three Kingdoms, which had a VHS release over here. Energize, a series released from Bandai Entertainment that was fully released on VHS but did not have a DVD release. And AWOL, another one, same kind of history with Energize.
You guys are killing me. I forgot to put next week. Next week we'll do Detroit Metal City next week, or next. We're doing the poll for this coming one because I'm gonna need to watch stuff that I can watch with my son, and then maybe the next one I'll have a little bit more free time to where I can do Detroit Metal City to answer questions in the chat that I haven't called out, and it's going to be weird for anybody watching that watching this later.
We're looking at my phone back at you. So that's about it on this other side of things. Ooh, I am screen sharing. Well, if you want to take some of the magic away, unlock me from the viewpoint, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so unlock you, and you want me to lock it on me?
Go back to whoever's talking.
I'm not talking, but I'll put it on me for now if you need some privacy. Oh, you want it to just be unlocked?
Yeah, I want it to be.
I thought you were going to do something, and then you wanted me to bring it back onto the.
Oh, I'm trying to get out of screen share.
Oh, okay, I see.
I'm not doing anything private.
Okay. No, I thought you were going to be like, ta-da, you know. So just to catch up on the chat real quick, Shane was saying that he picked up Yakitake Japan. That's what it's called, right? All of a sudden, I'm like, my mind is blanking on that. I know you were just talking about it. Anyway, he got it, and it came with the. I was asking him if it came with the limited art box that, like what you had with the Cat's Eye set, because I wasn't sure if they still had those, and I was like debating, do I buy it and get it on Right Stuff and risk not getting that, and then having to buy it again later on, let's say eBay or something when I can find one. But apparently they've still got some, so maybe it'd be worth it for me to jump on that in the near future. Is Blood Plus an Aniplex show? Yes, it is.
Yep.
But it was originally released over here through Sony, Sony and Aniplex. So. Who said? Okay, so FTDM, you said AWOL. What show is that?
That is that was from the D Rights.
Oh, okay.
Site that showed. Let's see.
Cool. Well, I'm hoping I can get one of those art boxes, Shane, because I really wanted one. Just because they're limited, and not everybody's gonna get one. Blood Plus is directly from Sony Pictures, but what I meant that they've got on the boxes, it says Aniplex on it, doesn't it?
It says Sony on the back corner.
Sony and then Aniplex in the corner, I think.
Just to answer that one guy's question.
Yeah, right above where it says not rated. Wish Aniplex dies like Geneon did. I don't want them to die just because they make the shows.
Oh,
but I want them to stop selling
them. Keep the studio. Yeah. Just get rid of the license.
I got a comment. I'm gonna on a completely different video. I'm just gonna check it real quick.
Can you lock it back on to me to answer?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so AWOL. 12 episodes of 30 minutes. Cypress, a peaceful planet until Solomon, a mysterious terrorist group, seizes 7 PDP missiles capable of destroying entire planets. Defenseless. Their is little the people of Cyrus can do, but still the terrorists must be stopped before they can carry out any threats. So, just an old action show.
Just real quick, I wanted to explain. The reason I asked about AWOL is because I wasn't sure if somebody had mentioned what the term, it's a military term. It stands for absent from one's post, but without intent to desert. Or I guess that's not what it stands for. That's what does it stand for? There's an actual absent without official leave is what it stands for. AWOL. The definition, which I pulled up from, I guess, Wikipedia or whatever, or Google's dictionary, is the one I just read to you. Anyway.
Is it back on me, or is it still
back on me? Yeah.
Yeah, also, if you check out the description, you'll see my blog page, which I need to start posting. I have stuff written, I just need to post it. One of the stuff I reviewed is this one, Miroru, which translates as what Bright Stuff released it at is Shingu and the Stellar Star Wars.
That show sucked.
I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it sucked by any means. It did something.
I was bored throughout the whole thing.
Can't please everyone. Have you ever gotten the answer to if this had a series box? This guy?
Say what? No, I haven't. In fact, FDDNM, you asked me a question. What show were you talking about before? He had something come up that I think is another. I think we found another show. Was it Cybuster?
Oh yeah, Cybuster doesn't have an art box.
Doesn't have an art box, but it has like a thing just like with Disgaea, where it seems like it should have an art box, but it doesn't.
Nah.
And I mean, let me rephrase that. There was a release that is supposed to exist, but as far as we can tell, there isn't one. Like on Anime News Network, it says that there's an art box, and you can link it to like a Amazon listing, but the actual art box doesn't exist.
Well, I'm still trying to debunk. Maybe you've already looked at it. Is apparently Genion released the Maple Story anime. Was that available in English?
What story? What?
Maple Story, the online MMO, not to be confused with the old Nick Jr. show.
Let me look it up.
Oh yeah, you can unlock me now.
People are going to see me chewing on a banana candy, that's all. Maple Story, okay.
Is it on you?
What? I'm sorry, I just saw a very bizarre headline. Attack on Titan gets crossover with Maple Story game.
That sounds about right.
First Spider-Man and now Maple Story. I don't see anything in here about. I mean, this is the first I've looked it up, so I don't know, but I can't answer your question. I don't know. Okay. Where do you get the information that they licensed it or whatever?
Just browsing on stuff to buy. Keep running across it, but I don't know if it's in English or not.
So it does exist? You just don't know if it's in English?
Oh, I know the anime exists. It is released under the Genion label.
Yeah, but is it Genion Japan or Genion?
That's just it. I don't know if it is.
That's what you're asking. Is there a Region 1 release? Not is it in English? That's what you're asking?
It's kind of the same question.
It's not. It's a completely different question because there's plenty of stuff that's over here that isn't in English. In fact,
when I say in English, like I can go to the store and buy it, and they have initially had a surplus.
Region 1 release. Was it released over here? Where did I put Tonari no Sekikun? How did I lose that? How does this happen every single podcast? It was right here. That's bizarre. Here it is. So I don't think I'm actually surprised. I didn't realize that this was actually Tonar. Oh no, this does have English. I thought it was bizarre that they actually titled it. I didn't realize that the English release is titled Tonari no Seki-kun, which is My Neighbor Seki. I thought that they released it as My Neighbor Seki. Anyway, but what I'm getting at, and apparently that was a bad example, but what I'm getting at is that plenty of anime gets released over here. Wings of Reen, for example, to think of one off the top of my head, that doesn't have an English dub. So when you say, you have to differentiate that when you're asking that question.
Well, I would have asked if it had a dub. I wouldn't say if it was in English.
But the way you said, I think it was one of the founding fathers said, "Write to be understood. Don't write to be understood. Write so that you cannot be misunderstood." So when you plan out what you're saying, just region 1 makes a lot more sense. Just from now on, use that because that won't cause this problem in the future. You can see where there was a disconnect. Can you not?
Yeah, I can see. But for the record, is this on you? Because I want to try to get back to my camera without revealing the. Well, you know what I'm trying to ask.
Sorry, what? Say that again. Sorry, I was trying to read the chat when you were talking. What'd you say?
Can you put the camera on you so I can put my camera back on me?
Yeah.
That way.
It's on me.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just confused by a comment I was reading that Discotheque is re-releasing the show as Psybuster as PSY instead of CYB. So it didn't. Oh, so it didn't show up in the search results because you looked it up as CYB. Okay, I see. So has anybody seen the show? And if you have, which title would you say is more appropriate translation-wise? Because when I see Psybuster with a C, I think of cyber. When I see it with a PS, I think of psychic. Yeah, obviously.
FDDM people, there are some people who watch silent movies. I just think that they're crazy. Well, no, they probably do it for vintage reasons. Or
I don't want to be that guy, FDDM, but some people do ask if there's a Japanese dub for a show because some shows get released in weird ways with just English, you know?
Well, like Afro Samurai.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. And then there's weird stuff like, I probably brought this up on podcast before. Sherlock Hound was a weird one where it was a joint venture between Italy and Japan. And they actually animated the show to the English dub rather than the Japanese dub because they found it easier to translate from English to Japanese and English to Italian rather than Italian to the others, and you know, so there's weird stuff that happens in the industry.
Oh yeah. All right. Since you like to talk about live action movies, there's two that I keep getting.
They keep not getting talked about now. Let's just never talk about them.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
The two I'm talking about is one I'm looking forward to, the Saint Seiya movie. The one I'm probably not going to watch in theaters, the Bleach movie.
Oh yeah.
Saint Seiya. When I was trying to bring this up, when it was first announced, a lot of people were complaining about why were they bringing this property into a movie? It's not popular here. Well, believe it or not, it's popular all over the world. But
let's address this real quick.
Yes.
Let's address this real quick. Bleach live action movie is a Japanese movie. Yes?
Bleach live action is a Japanese movie. Yes.
Saint Seiya,
I'm not sure.
believe it is.
I
The
don't
way
know.
you're describing Saint Seiya sounds like it's a Hollywood movie. Is it?
I believe so.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then we got to get to Robotech after. Let's
We're going to get
address
to
Robotech real quick because it's not a big thing. I'm going to read the Twitter message he sent me at his request. He said he wants some advice regarding buying Robotech. He says, there is, of course, the complete collection that came out in recent years, but the Protoculture set, he believes, includes a movie or something that there was no longer a license for in the new collection. He said that I mentioned Genesis Climber was the uncut version of Robotech, basically, but is the Protoculture uncut as well, since it was ADV or not? Then he goes on to say, was there ever a collection of all the Robotech series uncut like Genesis Climber? Then there is the issue of the Protoculture and everything after it being remastered. And I think there might have even been a earlier re-release with surround sound. So as you can tell, the subject is a bit complicated for someone trying to buy into the Robotech franchise. Dude, you have no idea what is going on with this. Let me just explain real quick. Robotech is not Genesis Climber Mospeida. Robotech is 3 separate anime. And you're asking uncut, not uncut. You're missing the point. Robotech is Macross, Southern Cross, and Genesis Climber Mospeida all cut together because syndication rights, or in order to put things into syndication back in the day, they needed something that was longer than 26 episodes or something. So they had to get the 3 shows and combine them together to make something they could turn into Robotech and put on TV over here. Okay? So when the thing is uncut versus not uncut, it's not that it's uncensored. It's that they literally cut these different shows and spliced them in together. Okay? So the first... Go ahead.
Before we continue, let me address this so when we talk further for the future stuff, it'll make somewhat more sense.
Go ahead.
Way back when they were doing Robotech over here in the U.S., Harmony Gold and the studios got to a court case, from what I understood, because Harmony Gold was going to trademark Robotech. The weird part about this court case is, even though the Japanese made the original 3 shows, this lawsuit sided with Harmony Gold to share part ownership of what was going on. So for the future Robotech stuff, that isn't the 2 movies released from Funimation. You have to import them over here. And through word of mouth, I cannot confirm because I typically don't import. If you buy any Macross stuff and bring it over here, it will have English subtitles. Now, after that wrench, let's...
Okay. So to answer your main question, don't even bother with Robotech. Okay? Just get Macross, Southern Cross, and Genesis Climber Mospeida. Okay, now, for the record, the Robotech movie has scenes from Megazone 2-3. Okay, so it goes even further than just those 3 original shows. All right, yeah, it's all over the place. I've actually not really sat down and watched Robotech from beginning to end, but I have watched Macross, Southern Cross, and all that. But I do know, because I remember watching, out of curiosity at one point, I wanted to see how they bridged the gap between Macross and Southern Cross. And I found out when I put in the disc that they literally just splice in characters that aren't even in Southern Cross, that are from scenes in Macross. They just spliced them in. And it's bizarre. It's very bizarre. But the shows are very similar to each other in a lot of ways. So bravo to them. They made it work. Anyway.
My experience, if you're trying to find the greatest to collect from this, unless you do importing, which is a whole nother field.
I'll be right back.
For Macross, the most popular collection, in my opinion, would have to be the full collection of what ADV released. That's hard to find. So the second one for Macross itself, I would say, is to get the Amerimigo collection.
Animego.
Animego.
You talking about from Macross? Sorry, I stepped away with the headphones. Yeah, that's the set I have.
For Southern Cross and Grappler,
Mosquito,
Climber,
ADV.
Mosquito.
No, Genesis Climber.
Genesis Climber. Go with ADV on that. They tend not to be tagged.
Those are the only ones available. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
is this the
I have the same
Proculture?
thing. I have, yes, that's Proculture collection.
Okay.
I am not sure what the quality difference is between that and the AE release, which is the recent one.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the AE release also has the extras as well.
I've got that release somewhere.
Well, yeah, okay, so maybe the Proculture collection's a lot cheaper now.
Hold on.
According to Shane with the $10. Now we get into Macross Plus. It's on DVD. It's only been released through one company.
Yeah.
And that's Manga
this is the set you're talking about.
That's the one I have for Macross. I would like to have the ADV one, but
because the ADV one has a dub, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would also like to have that one. This box, by the way, is not. There's like an extra half DVD width in here. In fact, I'm gonna put an empty skinny in there. I did that for.
Oh, that's different from mine. Yeah.
I bought this at Anime Expo the same year that I bought the Robotech Protoculture thing.
Yeah, because this is what mine looks like. It's best shape.
I thought that was the ADV box.
No, this is an Amigo. I have a hard time pronouncing this stuff.
I think you just got to run them together. Animego.
Animego.
Yeah.
Okay. However, I think
for anybody who doesn't know, ego is the Japanese word for English language. By the way, that's why they call it that.
Now, I could be wrong on this, but I think they also ADV for Macross. They also released a remastered version with 3D animation in it.
Oh God.
Is that true?
I don't know. That sounds awful.
Apparently, it's one of the harder sets to get from them, but
I don't even know if I want. I don't even want to see that. Hold on, I gotta grab something real quick.
Okay. So they don't have any Robotech, but the show on their own. They have 3 parts of the recent release. Once upon a time, when ADV was releasing Macross through Harmony Gold, or Harmony Gold let ADV release Macross, it wasn't in the 3 convenient sets. Yeah, for Robotech. What they did was 1 through
should be right
26 or something. You have these individual box sets which contain 2 DVDs that were numbered all the way up through it, and they would call it the Cross Saga, the Southern Cross Saga, and so on and so forth. And the extras that go into different stuff. I don't know what a DM is for Twitter. I do apologize. I'm kind of a caveman jumping into the new world. You own.
So apparently I've been stupidly keeping Southern Cross under SU for Super Dimensional Cavalry Southern Cross. So these are the.
Well, yeah.
These are the. We're both just. I spent forever getting the get mine, and you just walked off screen for a second and got yours. Yeah, so these are the sets I would recommend. I saw a weird comment in here, though. Shane said, do you own the box set for Maspida and Southern Cross together? Did they release a set where they were together?
Well, SANN says otherwise. I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Maybe he was, maybe we just misunderstood.
Well, then for sadly, Do You Remember Love? And unless you get the English cut VHS, which is labeled something else.
Of what?
Macross? The Macross movie. Do You Remember Love? It was like remade something else entirely.
I have Macross, Macross 2, Macross Plus.
You're pretty much going to enter the import world.
Yeah. There's one of the greatest tweets I've ever seen was somebody, you know, they say that thing where like in such and such language they don't say I love you, they say, and then like what the English translation would be, like may you always, like for instance in Japanese they have this phrase when somebody's leaving the house, they say ite shy, which means may you go and come back again. Or I can't remember if you say it when you're leaving or if you say it to people who are leaving, and it basically translates to go and come back again, as in stay safe, I want to see you again, kind of thing, right? So people say like in this language they don't say I love you, they say and something similar, right? Somebody tweeted anime fans don't say I love you, they say may your favorite anime never get licensed by Harmony Gold, and I think that's beautiful.
Well, unless this got like flashed over with the Photon candy box, there's a penguin sticker inside. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, so FDGM says that there is a double pack. Yeah, I vaguely remember the double pack now that you guys bring it up. But I wouldn't get the double pack if it were me. I would just get the individual ones, since they are two completely unrelated shows as far as I know. How often do you guys buy from Amazon.uk, out of curiosity? I do it all the time, I feel like. Well, not all the time, but I do it often. That's a better way of saying it. Let's not over-exaggerate here. I do it often because, in fact, I got Prefectural Earth Defense Force off Amazon UK. Apparently, a lot of people in the UK import anime, so you can get some good deals.
Understood, right? ADV have like a branch out there. Could be wrong on that.
Yeah, I'm being followed on Twitter by their UK branch that I would have thought would be out of, like, not doing this anymore, you know? Mm-hmm. How long does shipping take from the UK?
2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm not usually in a hurry when I buy something. I need to stop eating these two now because they're doing the same thing as that other candy I told myself to stop eating.
Don't candy, it'll make you fat. Mm-hmm.
Japanese candy is actually significantly less bad for you than most American candy.
I can believe that. Back in the early days, since Japan couldn't have sugar because they didn't have the stuff for it,
mm-hmm.
what they would do to sweeten their food is use red beans.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ever wondered why you have like all this bean paste desserts, it's kind of in their history as to why.
Yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense.
I would double dip in getting Gurren Lagann if I knew that this release of the Blu-ray I know it has the TV show. I have the TV show.
Mm-hmm.
I know it has both movies.
Did the movies ever get an individual release over here?
Yes, through the partnership of Bandai Entertainment. I believe that was still technically an import at the time.
Oh, okay. So it's an import. It's not a region one release.
It's still strange that they didn't dub it with all the cash that they can get from it.
Yeah.
They also had shorts.
Yeah.
If I can get the shorts confirmed, I'm probably going to get it. Just for the fact of it's done, I'm over with.
I think that show's overrated. I mean, there's some great moments in it, don't get me wrong. And I think that it's really deserving of those great moments, like the hype that it gets. But there's a big chunk in the middle where I was bored to death, and I actually stopped watching it midway through. And I've talked about this a lot, but
the best way to look at that show, mecha-wise, it's a show that examines mecha throughout its history at that point. Like how the beginning, it's supposed to be reminiscent of boy robot, let's have great adventures. Then you get into the serious stuff. Then you get
all the
into
best stuff that happens in that show, it takes place outside the mechs, though.
Yeah. I hate the fact that they keep dolling on to Kamina, but he has to use motivation somewhere, I guess.
Yeah. You know what would be really cool, actually, to get released over here? Is a box set of Falcon Densetsu, the F-Zero anime with Captain Falcon.
Oh, yes. I have a feeling if we wait a year or two later from now, Discotech will probably release it.
Mm-hmm.
Another one from the Fox box I really would love to have is Ultimate Muscle.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's like...
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the continuity of Muscle, which I would also love to have.
Yeah.
They had to typically parody dub the lines.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I love it.
So, I'm surprised Kirby hasn't had a release.
Ooh, Kirby right back at you.
It has a great
box set.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I am surprised as well that they did that thing kind of like, I kind of feel like, remember when Pokemon used to release things like, oh, it's the Pikachu set, and it's like, here's 3 of Pikachu's best episodes. That's kind of what they're doing with a lot of this stuff. It's like when it's a kids show. So FDD&M suggested an idea for the podcast, something along the lines of not like an award ceremony, but like release of the week. You know, like we just talk about what's coming out, or I don't know if he was suggesting that we do like week to week, or if we just every week we do, or bi-weekly or bi-monthly, whatever we're doing. We just pick out a show, we single out an existing release to talk about what's great about it or something like that. What do you guys think? Okay, so just pick any release that we feel like featuring.
Like Papua? You haven't seen this crazy show, have you?
I have it. I have seen it. And I have it.
Ooh, transvested fish.
I wanted to grab it, but it's not. I have the same one you're holding, so I'm not going to grab it. But
Banana Yellow. I feel like this was released after ADV went away, but I could rightfully be wrong.
What's wrong with the Banana Yellow?
Oh, nothing at all.
I think it's
Anything, it probably fits the show.
Yeah. That's a good show, and it's like a very reminiscent of Haregu.
Do you have this on the guy's show?
I do. I do have that.
The main character's an idiot.
I just finished my drink and now, oh my god, I'm gonna choke to death on this.
So, Charge Man Ken.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it. I want to sit down and see all of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick off the thing we were just doing without Papua, and I'm gonna talk about one of my favorite box sets real quick.
Well, as we are waiting, what is your favorite Mexican dish? Ooh, that's really not anime related at all.
I didn't just mute you, did I?
I don't think so.
Okay, that's good. You're good. You're good.
Then, what are your thoughts on the new Mazinger film? If it is as violent or more than the original Mazinger, I am ready for it. If it is not, and it's just blast, blast, choo choo, boom, pow, I'll still watch it anyway.
So I want to kick off real quick this little release of the bi-monthly whatever we're doing. I don't want to really go into the details on the controversy surrounding how parts 2 and 3 never got released, but I love this set. I just want to say that for Monster. I don't know what it is about it, but it feels so nice to the touch. It shouldn't. There's no reason for it to feel better than any other box set, but somehow it does. And it just gives you this real, like, just touch it. Go get it and touch it. It's amazing. I don't know what it is, but it's so smooth in a weird way I can't really describe. But I really like this set. I don't know why. Really great imagery on the DVD covers. It's a great anime anyway, which always helps the fact that it's a great set. I just want to say that I love this set. I want to start there. That's where I want to start.
Okay, so being really serious, even though I check out Papua when you can, a box set that I really enjoy is the Comic Party special edition set from Right Stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You have the clear casing that will scroll off the comic panels, so it kind of has that full Dojin feeling, I assume, or production feeling. And with it, you have like their DVDs, which what's hilarious is in each one you have inserts and reverse covers. Like the first one, it parodies Dot Hack Sign.
Oh, that's cool. I never actually looked at the insert. That's pretty cool.
You have seen the show, right?
I have.
Okay.
I didn't realize that the inserts actually had that.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be really tempting to keep going through and just this podcast and talk about all the great ones, but we should really save them for.
I feel like this should be like once every month, not every episode.
Okay.
That way it feels funky fresh. Like volume 2, you get like.
Oh yeah, I do remember this now. Yeah, that's the Spirited Away one. What was the other one in there? They did something similar with Panty Pony Dash, but they were movie posters.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Ghibli, looks like Shout Entertainment's releasing those movies now.
Sorry, say that again.
Looks like Shout Entertainment's releasing the Ghibli movies now.
Oh really?
So,
Shout Factory? Is that what you meant? Shout Factory.
So volume 3, you get like the parody of His and Her Circumstance,
mm-hmm.
which was also released by Right Stuff at the time.
Mm-hmm. It's funny if I ever do, you know how like I mean I'm not saying that there's any reason for me to do this, but you know how like the Angry Video Game Nerd and like Nostalgia Critic actually put out DVDs of their episodes. Yeah. If I were to ever do that, I would do what they're doing there with Comic Party, where I would take a iconic anime cover, like let's say Akira with Kaneda walking up to the bike, you know, or like that one, and I would redraw it to feature me with something we're doing.
So like the end of Evangelion being parodied?
Yeah.
Oh. I really like this show. The second series of this, I wouldn't call it a second season. I still liked, even with the
box set's not as good though.
Box set's not as good. Well, the set I have is from Funimation, so good enough for me.
Oh, I have the individual DVD set that looks real awkward next to the really good one.
Still surprised, as common as this series is, I'm surprised that, one, I'm glad, but also surprised that Discotech got it and re-released it. When there's enough quantity of it out there, it kind of didn't need it, but at the same time, it's nice to have all of it in a combined pack, kind of like with Sister, per se.
Yeah. You know what? I just remembered I picked up something else that I didn't talk about. Another pickup. Hold on, let me grab it.
Uh-oh.
I saw our friend Sarah talking about this release of the Yu Yu Hakusho movie.
Oh yeah, doesn't it also have the OVA?
Yeah, it's got the movie and the OVA, and it's got the movie with where it was redubbed with the voice actors from the show, so it's different from the other release. And I picked it up because it was new. Oh God, what is on the spine? It's like sticker residue. I didn't realize until just now. I'll have to nurse that later. I thought it was in the same sort of packaging as the Funimation sets for the show, and I wanted to make sure I bought it new because those packages are like, don't even bother buying those used, because if you don't buy them from a collector like us, they're not in good condition. those things will fall apart on you. But it turned out to not even be that. It's just a slipcase. I thought it was that set, but it's not. Anyway, so that's my last pickup.
I mentioned one other reviewer. I still think he doesn't like anime. That's just me.
Who, Bennett the Sage?
Yeah, he can go somewhere else.
I don't. Let me just clarify real quick. I don't watch a lot of other anime YouTubers. The only ones I watch are people I've met, that I know personally, because I didn't want to be influenced by them when it came to doing reviews back when I was doing reviews. I don't dislike Bennett, but I don't make it a point to watch him. I almost opened up another ramen. I'm gonna do it over the. I almost did it on the standing desk. I'm gonna do it over the towel. There we go. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Hey, if your palms ever get the strength and you have like the ramen and just kind of tap it like that, that would be amazing. But
I just did it like that. I just pushed down and did it. I don't. The fact that it was glass,
like in a fluid motion.
Okay, well,
sort of like a kung fu way of opening ramen.
All right, well, maybe I'll work on that for you. The first one I didn't, because the bottles are glass. I didn't I don't know. I handled it like a wuss earlier tonight. Let's put it that way.
No, you handled it like a normal person.
Well, I mean, I wasn't willing to just give it the smacking it needed to get through the job. So I hesitated too much, which caused it to spray everywhere.
So
that Mecha guy says, when will we get Neon Genesis Evangelion on Blu-ray here in the States?
I still say wait.
Yeah, it'll come.
It makes too much money. It'll come.
They're doing nothing with the license.
I see how
no one has bothered to pick it up.
I can believe the Eris Holdings still have
it. The Acer?
Yeah, thank you, Acer.
Yeah, I guarantee you that there's no possible way that nobody's bothered to pick it up. Funimation, who's been releasing the 3.33 and all that.
Yeah.
They'd be all over that. They probably already are. They probably already are all over that.
They had a court case about it.
Yeah. It's in motion. You guys have to understand that producers in Japan, like, they have all these little tiny logistic things that like hold up anime. Anime just gets held up, you know. And little things. In fact, Ava is a good example. With, was it 222 or 333? I forget, but one of them.
333 was the one that took forever.
It just took them forever, and it's like they did everything they were supposed to do. They, you know, crossed all the T's, dotted all the I's, but something in Japan delayed the release. You know, so you just gotta wait. The best thing you can do, or let me rephrase that. What I do that has made this easy for me to wait is you just fill up your life with useless crap that you don't even want to get through. And then you don't even realize something will come out, and it's been out for years. You're like, oh, this show came out, you know. Just distract yourself with crap that doesn't matter.
What I was snickering about, if the camera flashed to it, was that FDD&M, he has 2 copies of the Platinum series.
Yeah.
Or a Platinum collection of Evangelion.
I don't know if you guys...
Still not used to Evangelion being initialed as Nidge.
Yeah, I don't...
It should be. Oh, let's see. All right, so back to that other topic.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Well, hold on. He said, yeah, we need to get back to the live action thing in a minute. But he said he thinks it's just a licensing bidding war that never stopped or something. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
I just want to get caught up real quick, and then you're right. We should get back to the live action chat real quick. I just hope Aniplex doesn't pick it up. Yeah, you and everybody else. By Animation City International Limited.
I too have this tin box that's really fragile, easily rusts somehow because it's tin. It's me. It usually breaks. That honestly.
I have the art box and the thin case and the art box.
Yeah, either the thin case or the art box. That's what I would recommend. This thing, it's nice to go woo and flash it, but it's so fragile.
I don't even recommend the Platinum Edition personally. I recommend, well, just I'm not the one to ask for this, but I would just say that I like having the individual DVDs because there's the final 2 volumes. There's a director's cut you can get, and it looks cooler in your collection. Anyway, so shoot, I was going to say something. Oh, that Mecha guy says, I hope if Funimation picks up Neon Genesis Evangelion that they do something similar is what they did with the recent Escaflowne Collector's Edition. I just learned, literally tonight, like an hour before the podcast, that apparently Bandai had scenes in their set from Escaflowne that were cut.
Yeah. This release was supposed to add those scenes into it.
And it did, I understand, yeah?
Should.
Okay, so it's funny because I've been mentioning one of the shows that I really want to rewatch is Evangelion. Or, look at you guys, look what you've done to me. Is Escaflowne. I don't care about Evangelion, really. But I would really like to see Escaflowne again. And you've finally given me, like, that gives me a reason to actually check out the new dub. So I just want to bring that up, but we should get back to the chat about the live action stuff because Augie's been wanting to talk about this since podcast episode 2. So, like literally after episode 1, he's like, "Hey, let's talk about this in the next podcast," and we haven't yet, and it's been weeks and weeks and weeks. So, go for it.
All right. So as I mentioned before, people complained about the U.S. making a movie on Saint Seiya, which is a series that's popular around the world, but kind of is a niche market here for some weird reason. Which, honestly, if you're going to do a live action, is the perfect one for Hollywood to do. Honestly. Oh yeah, you have the flashy stuff, the bangs. The fights are kind of like, I do this ultimate move. I'm going to counter with this ultimate move, but I'm going to prevail doing this other. So it's easier to choreograph true to the show. That and, well, you have hairstylists that need jobs. What better show to have your hairstylist work on? Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna make them break. It'll make or break the show if they don't have those hairs. The hair.
yeah. The hair, spandex, and flashy armor.
Yeah, no. You know what they should do is they should turn it into like a glam rock musical.
Oh, shoot! Use Twisted Sister as the soundtrack.
I'm totally on board for this. Make it happen.
Then you have the Bleach movie. I don't know that much about either production, so it's kind of.
Can we get a show of hands? I just it's good or it's not good. What do you guys think about Bleach? I just want to know. I'm struggling. I bought the first. The first 2 seasons, and then season 3 came out, and then season 4 came out, and season 4 came out, and it was part 1, part 2, and I stopped buying it back then. But I later on bought all of it, so I am getting through it. I loved the beginning of it. I enjoyed it. Let's not say I loved it, but I am having such a hard time getting through it now. So I'm just curious.
This probably doesn't help. I never liked Bleach.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I just want to know what people think.
Oh, yeah.
People are saying Bleach is all right.
What gets me is for this show that it's what circulates for the most part. You have a season 2 villain take 9 to 10 seasons to resolve him. And it kind of gets to a point where randomly watching the show, it feels like the creator just wants to sit down and create fashion for the characters.
It's funny that you say that, because lately in anime, that has been something that I've just crazy enjoyed, is fashion design, where the character, especially where shows where the characters are wearing different outfits every time you see them. I've really been enjoying that lately, and I enjoyed that with Dagashi Kashi, even though Hotaru was the only character who actually changed her clothes, and they are all variations of the same outfit, but it was still fun. Anyway, continue. So what about the live action movie?
I don't know what to think of it. Looking at this with really no interest, I'm hoping to at least have some exciting fights that don't feel one-sided all the way, but at the same time, while watching the action scenes, it's from the show. What I get from it is main character won't shut up and finish the villain. I'm stuck with 12 minutes of fight dialogue and 3 minutes of them doing something else. Could just be too harsh on the show.
Yeah, people are saying in the chat that the show's too long running, and what you described is season 2 they bring in a villain that they just stretched out forever. That's what it seems like. What's his name? Tite Kubo? Yeah, it seemed like he got into a stride early on where it's wow, what I've created is really popular, and it's wonder how long I could just keep printing this money, That's kind of what it seemed like to me, is that it just kept going and going and going, and it's he's just laughing his way to the bank with the fact that it feels like nothing is happening. Let me give you an example. Death Note, and again, this is going back to my the way you describe this isn't necessarily factual as to what's actually going on, but it's how it feels, right? Somebody once told me that the writing in Death Note was so interesting that the entire episode can take place with 2 characters standing at a bus stop. The bus never arrives, they never get on the bus, but you're captivated the entire time because the writing is just so interesting. That is something I'd say is definitely true about Death Note, and something that is absolutely not at all true about Bleach. They'll throw everything at you, flashy this, flashy that, battles and stuff, and you're just bored as shit the whole time. That's how I feel, at least. That's where I'm at right now, because I try to watch it on the treadmill, and it's I'm so bored. It's not pumping me up at all. Anyway,
as we continue talking, audience, how do you all feel about Saint Seiya or Knights of the Zodiac?
I will mention that there is a hilarious video on YouTube, or I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore. It might have gotten taken down because of the copyright stuff. But you know how they do the Japanese theme songs from anime, and they put subtitles to how if they were actually speaking English, like, you know, they mistranslate it kind of thing. There's one that it uses the visuals from Transformers, but it's the song it's the Saint Seiya opening, and it's like Saint Sea Hat, like it's hilarious. It's one of the funniest videos from like 2008-ish, 2007 probably. I don't know. A really funny video.
No luck with Saint Seiya just jumped into the TV show.
Mm-hmm. Isn't there's a movie where they fight Satan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also like the Hades saga, I think.
So there's that. I'll say that about Saint Seiya. I've actually not. I'm really interested in getting into it, and I like the designs and stuff, but I've not actually sat down and given it the time it deserves. And that's true with a lot of shows.
I'm still trying to talk. Well, you know my comments on it. Refer back to episode 2, I think.
But yeah, I lost my train of thought just a second ago. No.
Quick response to that mecha guy as you recollect. We know you don't. We know that you're okay with shonen. You just mentioned Mazinger. That's probably one of the most shonen protagonists, which is kind of debatable, but still.
Well, but I think that shonen mecha is. I think it's the mecha that's doing it for him, because he's that mecha guy. Oh, I remember what I was going to say, but I already it's one of those things where it's like it's right out of my grasp. Other shows. I was just going to mention there's a lot of shows that like I want to give the appropriate amount of attention to, so I just haven't sat down and watched them. Like I've only seen the first disc of City Hunter, and I'm like, loved this, want to give it real attention, and therefore it sits on my shelf, and I've never watched it all the way through.
I watched all of the first season of City Hunter. I'm halfway through City Hunter 2.
Yeah.
Love the music. I've seen all of the Comedy Central spoof. Darn it. Comments are going to yell at me.
I just love that the Japanese title for it is City Hunter.
Moonbeam City. Yeah, I still wanted to watch more City Hunter, but it's kind of interesting what they took a reference from and what they did with it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mentioned something before I interrupted you.
I don't remember. But I could tell you other shows that are sitting on my shelf, but that's a long list. Other shows that I haven't gotten around to because I wanted to give them more time or more attention. Yeah, so FDGM says Saint Seiya is like Robotech was for him. He just doesn't know where to start collecting or start watching it. I've never heard of Moonbeam City. You said that was from Comedy Central?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Released a year or two ago.
Oh, really?
One.
I remember that rapper, or I don't know. I just made the assumption he's a rapper. I'm going to guess he probably is a rapper. But that one artist, who probably hip hop is probably a more appropriate term, who stole the City Hunter manga cover and rebranded himself as the character. Do you know what I'm talking about? Is this the first you've heard of this?
I don't keep up with rap. That's horrible.
I mean, I don't keep up with it. I just saw it on Twitter.
Moonbeam City, you have a character who's technically modeled after Ryo Saiba, because they used the 80s hair salon models that you would see like plastered on the window or books to kind of get what haircut you want. So you have the main character look like City Hunter with a license plate that says City Hunter. In one of the episodes, he has to pass a CPR training. He just doesn't want to do it. And the instructor sitting there just, I will sign the paper so you can just move out. So this whole time he's just avoiding taking CPR. So then he ends up in a heist or a hostile situation. where he beats the guy up.
It was Chris Brown. Sorry.
Chris Brown was the rapper that did.
Is he a rapper? I've never listened to any music.
I'm recording you.
I'm gonna post it in the chat real quick.
So at the end of this confrontation of this fight, he used CPR to kill this guy.
Okay. Sounds like I need to check this out.
Let's talk about anime. Masonic Goku, I love that show.
Yeah, I put the link to the album compared to the. I guess that's his album. I don't know. Don't quote me, guys. But yeah, that's he's been. I don't know. It's obviously they obviously stole it.
Yeah. Then again, music, for some weird reason, music can get away with this for their disc albums, art albums for some reason.
Doing an homage.
Aside from a at least a 3-box re-release of Masonic Goku instead of 8, I know this probably will not happen because of the British music industry. But in one episode in season 1, it had a different opening, which fits very well with the show. But what they did for the release over here is they just kind of skipped it because of copyright issues.
Yeah,
that show begs to get a re-release, and quite frankly, I just don't want to hunt down the 8-box sets for more movies.
Huh.
Hopefully,
part of the fun of being a collector, I think.
Well, he got me there too, but at the same time, the BS on how the last 2 box 7 and 8 were released.
Yeah.
Maybe 6. I know 7 and 8 were released specifically on Right Stuff, which drove me crazy because I couldn't see it. When I was trying to get it, I was waiting for FYE at where I live to have like all of it, so I can manage my money and just swipe it all in one go.
Yeah.
Which apparently that was a stupid idea. I'm still hoping one day it'll get a re-release. I might just sit down, get tired of waiting, and just grab all of it if I can. But
I'm buying it over time. I've got, I think, 1 through 4.
Okay. Yeah, so you're in the harder stuff now.
Yeah. FDDNM asked me to answer a question he just sent me on Twitter. The photo is not loading. Oh, there it is. Whoa.
It loaded for me.
He sent me the Robotech, the Macross Saga. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before. I think this... I don't think I've ever seen this before, but I think I remember this existing. That this was the... This is just the first volume. This is just Macross. So yeah, you didn't buy this. I'll tell you that much. You didn't buy this, which is what I would recommend getting, but you did buy the Robotech version. So it's like the dubbed version that has stuff cut out of it. That's just, I'm assuming, it's Robotech for the first, how many episodes is Macross? Is it 26 or 52? There's 9 volumes. How long is it? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
That has to be 52.
I'm pretty sure it's long.
It's stupid to do 26 episodes like that.
Yeah.
26 episodes over 9. That's like
36 episodes.
Yeah. 30.
Yeah. So that's probably just 36-ish episodes of Robotech.
So it's there. Like 4 more than August, I think.
See, the thing is, everybody's talking about Maison Ikoku. I'm just waiting for it to get re-released because then volumes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are going to be really easy for me to get.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Haruka. I'll pull it out in a second. For that series, it has multiple. It is based off of a light novel series, visual novel series, and there's multiple anime of it.
And video games.
Yeah.
As I see every day that I get an eBay alert for it. Can I just say that of all the releases from Bandai of Escaflowne, you got the worst one?
I got the worst one.
The worst one.
I probably do. Eventually, I'll get a better one.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I've got like every one except for that one, and they're all awesome, except for the one you have.
So this ultimate.
Yeah, it just looks. I don't like design wise for the packaging. I'm just saying, I don't think that one's good.
Yeah, there's too many mechanical stressors for that one. So, if I cannot shuffle cards, but all nine Haruka.
I better go contact the guy you got Volume 3 for right now before I forget.
Yeah, call. Yeah,
don't bring his name up. Don't bring his name up. He is requested not to be mentioned.
Okay. Let's see. Yes, it's sub. Yes, Haruka was subbed only. No, you're not asked about sub. You're still on okay. I do have the complete collection from Bandai of Escaflowne. Does that have the Fox Kids dub, or did they do a different dub for it?
Hold on one second. That's a good question. It doesn't have the Escaflowne, the Fox Kids opening. Like, you know, the remade opening they did, like how Dragon Ball Z has Rock the Dragon.
Yeah. Or I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I don't know about the Fox Kids dub because I never watched it on Fox Kids.
Me either, and apparently they had Slayers on Fox Kids, which...
Where was I? Jeez.
Yeah, where was I at, too? Because I did finally watch all the TV series for Slayers. Just never saw that on Fox.
Mm-hmm. Escaflowne, the movie, old man says he remember what he says. The Escaflowne movie was really violent, if I remember correctly. It didn't feel anything like the TV series. It was definitely a lot more violent than the TV series, and it was freaking awesome. Some of the best animation that holds up so well. That animation is so incredible.
I've seen the Escaflowne movie. The one point I was disappointed with is I kept hearing that Escaflowne is a mecha show.
It has a mecha in it.
It has I'm not sure of the show, but the movie, all they're doing is puppeteering tusks of dragons, which that's cool and all, but it's not a mecha, it's a puppet. Okay.
You're doing technically they're not really zombies, you're doing that right now. Don't do that. It's essentially a mecha. For all intents and purposes, it's a mecha. In terms of genre-wise, obvious, it gets the same. It strikes the same nerve. Let's put it that way. Oh yeah, that mecha guy says he heavily disliked the nose on the characters. Yeah, the way they drew them was a little wonky. Yeah, I agree. I had totally forgotten about that. Yeah, and it's just that way in the series. They look really good in the movie, or at least they're tolerable in the movie.
I don't mean to sound. I don't
say
mean
what?
to give off this. I don't mean to give off the snob tone. I don't mean to do that, but
Oh no, I was just giving you a hard time.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
But I was just saying, like, I was putting forth my counter argument to the claim that it's not a mecha series, and my counter argument is, you're right, but not for the reasons you're saying. You're saying it's not a mecha series because they're just puppeting these dragon husks. But the truth is, it's not a mecha series because the show isn't really about the mecha that much. It's like a side note to what the show's, how the show's really handled. You know,
I can see that.
You get what I mean? It's a fantasy series that has a mecha aspect to it. You know, so if I was going to recommend it to somebody, I'm not going to say, "Oh, you like Gundam? You should check out Escaflowne." Right? I might say, "Oh, you like Record of Lodoss War? You should check out Escaflowne." You know,
Right.
it's a different thing. You know.
Yeah, here's a question for you. Apparently, we both like this show. When do you think we're going to get a re-release of Votoms and the other Votom series?
I don't know. That's a very underrated show. The way that show handles war blew me away from the first episode. The fact that war is never about what the higher ups tell the people it's about. You know, there's always something going on behind the scenes. That was such a brilliant take on what's going on, and that guy Chiriko might be the most badass character in any anime. That the stoicism of that guy was insane. It was an incredible ride.
Strange how he looks like guys from Most Dangerous Geist or MD Geist. If you further look past the TV series, I'm not going to spoil what happens in it, but after the TV series, it kind of loses continuity. It's
Okay.
like it's great, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's like you're watching something different with the same characters, like comparing Saber Marionette J with Saber Marionette R. That's
a really good comparison. I was going to say GT, but that's not even close to as good of a comparison as what you just did. Yeah, I totally agree.
I don't care what people say.
Oh, I love GT. Am I the only one here who thinks that the Glam Rock Super Saiyan 4s were the best? I'm tired of this blue-haired crap in Dragon Ball Super. Also, Dragon Ball Super has the worst opening of any Dragon Ball series. That does not get you pumped. It feels like a slice of life anime opening.
Hey, it was made in the 90s. You'll get your 90s metal twang. I'm enjoying Super. I like what they did with Vegeta and Goku. I like the what-if scenarios.
I don't hate Super. I'm just saying that I think that the design of the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, I think that was the wrong choice. If you want to invalidate GT, that's fine. Just keep Super Saiyan 4.
Well, they do rename it to be like Super Saiyan Red and Super Saiyan Blue, just to keep things simple.
I don't care about the name. I'm just saying that I don't like the red and blue hair. I think it's dumb. I think that Super Saiyan 4 was such an awesome design, and I want to see more characters reach that level. And they're never going
to. Coming alive. Now, if they ever crackly draw, darn it, Gokdari and just kill him off ASAP, I will be happy. But I don't think that they're going to lower their standards for that dignity.
Which guy?
Super Kid.
Oh, yeah.
So it turns out the article that I wrote is the most written about that.
I don't even know how you did all that research.
Looked it up.
Yeah, you guys should read that article that he wrote on Super Kid and how it was a big aspect of the Dragon Ball AF April Fool's joke that took the internet by storm back in the day. Which, if you weren't part of that, it's like a meme. If you weren't part of it, you're never gonna appreciate it.
You're not missing anything. However, it is
You're not missing
strange.
anything, but I'm just saying, like, you won't get it. Like what I'm talking about. You're not going to get it unless you were there. You know, like I was there. I was in the middle of like doing all that research and like wanting so badly for it to be a thing. You know.
Okay, if you want a taste of this AF stuff, so if you look in the first episode of Dragon Ball, Bulma's shirt has AF on it, and also the number 97. 97's when Dragon Ball GT ended. Then it continues on and saying AF. AF here, AF there, 97 here. What's this saying? Goku does X? Well, later on, he does do it. So it's like paranoia like that.
Anyway, the thing is that they said it stood for After Future, but it really stood for April Fools. And the artwork that they put out was so convincing, or at least it's not that it was convincing, it's that you wanted it to be real, you know, because this was like GT is over and we didn't know if there was going to be any more back then, you know. Yeah. This was years ago. This is like 20 or more years ago. So anyway.
Apparently there was a Dojin with some of the stuff that they were trying to come off as this is real, but just a one shot that really didn't need any attention.
A lot of Super's plot lines were taken from fan fictions.
Okay. I mean, it's nice to see Trunks and Vegeta do a father bond while fighting someone.
I haven't even gotten through the Battle of Gods part of the show because I'm trying to watch it in English. So you're probably way farther than I am.
I'm kind of flipping it as it goes by. So
yeah. So remember what I was talking about before, how I don't watch a lot of other anime YouTubers. Some of my favorite anime YouTubers that I actually do watch that I haven't met. I like Quaman. I don't know. He goes by Detective Q now. He does these great videos about Dragon Ball theories, and he basically explains. He's got an incredible encyclopedia of knowledge about Dragon Ball, and he goes through like how would the storyline change if this happened, or if that happened, or if this character had died in this character's place, you know. And it's incredible, like when he actually sits down, because it seems like, oh, that sounds like a boring video, and then you sit down and listen to it, and you're like, wow, that's insane how much the story, like he lays out a great case for how different the story could be, or how differently things could have gone. I think he's the one who made the video where he broke down why Bulma's the most important character in the entire series, how without her, what's up?
Some people would argue that she's the main character.
Yeah, because without her, the series wouldn't exist. Without Bulma, Goku never would have left to search for the Dragon Balls. Without Bulma, they never would have gotten to Namek. Without Bulma, you know, like she is literally the thing that keeps the series going. You know, hey, Duo's here. Talk about Death Note.
Okay,
actually, we've
fine.
already talked about Death Note.
All right, fine. I do not believe L would catch Kira or deduce that he lives in Japan, because if you have natural death as a heart attack, that's anywhere.
I'm just going to go and invite Duo onto the stream with the link because I want to hear how this goes. Let's see.
I hope he sounds like Duo from Gundam Wing.
Everybody go subscribe to Duo Reviews on YouTube. Probably
so
already
this would technically be our first guest.
Yes, if he decides to join, he might be. I mean, it's late, and I think he's in a dorm. So, I'm going to just grab the link.
If he lives in a dorm,
no, the link is. I'm looking for the link. It's literally in the Hangout thing. It's right here. There it is.
Oh, he needs to be decent. If this is a he.
Oh, awesome! All right, I'm going to send it to you, dude. You can feel free to join if you want.
Ooh. Don't get me wrong, I do not mind if they change the character's color, or at least keep how they are dressed. Or am I getting
talking about the live action Netflix?
Live action Netflix. I'm sorry.
I love how this just got so derailed. The other person I was going to bring up was B-Dub, the Anime Master, who I'd love to have on as a guest in the future because he's a collector as well. Anyway, but yeah, so about Death Note, just for anybody who doesn't understand, Duo Reviews channel is the go-to place for Death Note fans. In the exact same way, it's freaky that he just jumped in here. I mean, he must have been watching to have jumped in like this. When I was talking about how Quaman has
finished his homework.
Well, as I was talking about how Quaman is an encyclopedia of Dragon Ball knowledge, Duo is that way with Death Note. Like, he's got all this stuff going through, and I'm actually really excited about this. The way you brought up, I think you're right. Like, I felt the same way. Like, you have to really suspend your disbelief to get through the idea that L would be able to, pinpoint that. The fact that it's a heart attack, that he would be able to deduce that somebody was causing these, that it wasn't some unknown environmental factor. I totally agree.
You want to know something else that's beautiful? I can go farther.
Go.
Well, but I want him to join.
Well, yeah, okay. So what else do we want to talk about in the meantime? Let's see.
Well, hold on. The reason why they have pointy noses in Escaflowne is because they cook everything by campfire. How else are they going to cook the food? Come on.
I don't follow.
Their nose is pointing as a stick, so you go roast marshmallows and stuff over campfire.
Okay, so you're making like a Pinocchio style idea.
Yeah, I'm not funny.
So yeah, sometimes people make jokes that are so bad that I can't tell if they're actually joking.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Smell mop.
Smell what?
Smell mop.
Smell mop who?
Sure, take a whiff.
That's an Alabama joke right there. My favorite joke? What's brown and rhymes with Snoop? Dr. Dre.
Then Funimation.
Yes, Funimation did okay for the Orange Brick set. Yeah, they did. Which was one of the dumbest decisions that a company could ever make. By the way, did you guys notice that on my Cardcaptor Sakura first impressions video that I took for the after the film clip, I took the 4x3 commercial break thing and extended it to be 16:9, and I didn't do what Funimation did. I actually added to the pillar boxing. I added what was missing so that I could extend it. Yeah, there's some dedication you didn't know I had. So that mecha guy says B-Dub is the reason he's keeping his eyes out for any anime that becomes out of print, so he can grab them before Aniplex gets a hold of those particular shows.
Oh, if you want to be an Aniplex collector before Aniplex gets it, you look at the Media Blasters catalog.
Yeah. Let's
see. What's a show that they...
I've got to say that, no, the Orange Brick sets are 16:9. It's funny, we were talking about B-Dub. He has a fantastic video that breaks down what, like, he gets rid of all the confusion about the difference between aspect ratio and, because there's a difference between 16:9 doesn't necessarily mean HD. It just means 19:20 aspect ratio, not 1920 by 1080p pixels. So yeah, he has a great video about that. I really recommend it.
Let's see, one from Media Blasters that Aniplex done aside from Rurouni Kenshin, I would recommend people to watch is Shadamitsu the Destroyer.
Dude, that has the greatest soundtrack ever. And there's that one line in their dub where he grabs the guy's like, "Are you cock blocking me?" That was one of my favorite dubs back in the day.
Oh yeah, for those who don't know about the dub, they took the cast of Yu-Gi-Oh and put it in there. So Joey Wheeler, the voice of him, is saying that line.
Yeah, no, it's hilarious. It's a great dub, and it has that.
It's very common writer and thing.
I'm not good at. I don't have any musical knowledge, so I don't know where it's from. But what's the? It's not flamenco, but it's that music in Sodomitsu. No, you know flamenco.
Oh, salsa.
So yeah, it's got salsa music as the theme song to the character, and it's amazing. It's amazing. It's one of those things where you never would have guessed that it would work so well with he's kind of like a Robo Zorro. Hey, Duo's here.
Hello.
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 Awesome. We can hear you just fine too. So Death
before
Note.
I start, I was going to ask, do you want me to put on my cam or no? Because my room is pretty dark right now. You can still see me. I'm also not.
You don't have to.
I'm not also that attractive.
Do you have clothes on, at least up to the Anchorman level?
I mean, yeah. I'm just not the most attractive looking person.
Okay.
I'll just rename this Duo face reveal.
I've already revealed my face, but I turned the camera off. Hello. I have very large hair.
Okay.
By the way, Duo's 19, if you could believe it. Mr. What are you at, like 40,000 subs right now?
Actually, it's like 32,000. I'm not 40,000 yet. That's a pretty big difference.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. I'm creeping my way up to 1,000, guys. Anyway, so Death Note.
Okay, Death Note. I've read the manga, watched the TV series, watched the 2 specials. I've seen the first live action. I haven't finished the first light novel, and I'm not familiar with anything else with it.
I'm just an addict in general. Everything Death Note. Like, I'm even kind of looking forward to the Netflix film, as scared as I am about it.
So it's a film, not a TV series.
No, it's not. Although a bunch of people keep trying to, like, I've had like 5 people in comments being like, "You're an idiot because it's not a movie, it's a series." But no, it is a movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
They've like said it several times.
Yeah.
It's they're taking a different approach with it for sure.
Which I'll just say, I think that the casting choices are really bad. But I like that. I like when Hollywood takes something. I prefer it that they take it and they do a different story using the characters and the premise, and they do something different. I hate it. Well, I hated Ghost in the Shell because they were like, they kept creating excuses to have like shot for shot recreations of scenes from the original, and then just conflating all these different characters together and totally ruining it. And then the cop out at the end, which God, just kill me. Anyway, but let's talk about the Augie brought up a really great point regarding Death Note that I'm actually really interested in hearing your thoughts on, regarding how L discovered, it pinpointed that Kira was Japanese or in Japan.
So I'm going to base my information off of what the author pretty much said outright. He pretty much said the only reason why L was able to do that is because the plot demanded it. L's not actually as smart as a lot of people believe. Like, he's really, really smart, but a lot of the reason why he even got as far as he did was because the plot needed him to, and that's it. The author had admitted it. This is coming from someone who just adores L with a passion. But yeah, he wouldn't have been able to figure it out. The reasoning was kind of bullshit in that it was like, okay, well, I guess it wasn't a bad method to go about it, but you're still making a pretty big assumption considering that at this time the internet still existed. It would have been somewhere pretty quickly. So,
well,
I don't know.
I'm kind of bummed now. I have a math background, and I was kind of hoping to argue about statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been.
How right you are, you can be wrong. That's a beauty of statistics.
There's lies, damn lies, and statistics. But I would have thought that a better way to handle it, in my opinion, would have been if Kira had slipped up somehow. You know, if there could have been interesting for him to slip up in a way that could have given it away that he was Japanese, or just something. It may perhaps in the way that they were dying, you know, because there could have been something specific to the heart attack that was signaling it out being different, you know, than a regular heart attack or something. I feel like they could have done something. So that was, as far as the show goes, I very much enjoyed it. Very much.
You don't have to guess whether I liked the show.
Well, I think that I really enjoyed the show, and I feel like that was the one area where things were a little bit off. And I'm glad that you brought it up, Augie. And I'm actually really surprised you're going listen off like, oh, I've seen this and I've read this, and it's like, no. For me, I've seen the anime. I've seen the first live action movie that ends with Red Hot Chili Peppers' "Danny California," which is really awkward. Did not expect that at all when I was watching it. And I've seen the what are these things called? The Death Note R and Death Note R2.
The specials.
The specials.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Oh crap! I thought we was going to debate. I'm thrown off by this.
Well, come up with something else. Keep going, guys.
Since you know about this, the one aspect of Death Note that I really was looking forward to was seeing more of the Death Gods.
Yeah.
And the most I
get
is
Shinigami.
Yeah, but the most I get is just brief descriptions in the manga, and you don't get to see much of it. Did they ever explore more into that?
There's pretty much very little information that they ever give. As you listed, like the manga has a little bit more, but it's really nothing significant. Like I think the biggest thing is in the manga we get to see the Shinigami King once or something. Actually, no, was that even in the manga or was that just a figurine? Regardless, like they don't talk about them a lot at all. Ryuk is pretty much the only one that's gotten into any depth with, because even Rem, who pops up for like a quarter of the series, with no information provided. So I actually would have liked to see more, but I think the story wasn't as much about them as it was about the humans, because the Shinigami, their realm is just kind of pointless, really. Even like Ryuk says that at the beginning of the series, like no one does anything, and so I would have liked to see, or if my Shinigami, like Light becomes a Shinigami theory is right, what would happen after that? How would he potentially fix that realm?
What's your opinion in the special? Was that him who asked Ryuk about a story from the past?
Oh yeah, it was definitely Light. Like I'm to be fair, it was a theory. I have to be sure of it, unless I fuck up, and then I have to admit I'm wrong, which I've done. I had to do for a video recently, but yes, I think 100% that is Light who comes up to Ryuk, because it's just like they make it a little too obvious. There's even like the way he walks, he's got the same limp that Light did at the end of the series after being shot by Matsuda. The way, like the trench coat thing he's wearing, it's the same as he was wearing at the beginning of the series. Like, there's way too many similarities. The goggles, everyone's like, what's the point of those? Well, it's a symbolic thing. He didn't make the ideal, like, things that stick with it. And then everybody's like, well, what about Misa and the other people who use the Death Note? Well, I think you have to be killed by the Shinigami who used Death Note on you. Like, basically, Ryuk had to have killed Light. So Misa would have had to have been killed by her original Shinigami, which...
All right, I'm just going to say,
didn't happen.
Everybody who's watching the stream, you should definitely check out Duo's theory on it on his channel. Just go to the source, because he lays it out beautifully. And I agree 100% with what you said, because I thought the same thing when I was watching it.
I mentioned the limp, because that's something else I noticed too, and I feel like anyone else. The limp
and the bandana that's actually his necktie and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of appearance things. It's like they were clearly trying to show it. He leaves halfway into the story without hearing the ending. It's like, well, why would you do that unless you already knew the ending? And it's because he knew the ending. I think what happened was he got turned into a Shinigami, was kind of fuzzy on the details because, again, he'd been body, went to make sure, and then once he found out, oh yeah, this is me, he went to go cause probably do the same thing actually, because now he's got the option to just drop the Death Note into the Shinigami realm into the human realm over and over and over, and have the same people do the same shit. So he can fix Earth like that. It's like a perfect ending for him.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Duo recently did a video about a fan ending that people, it's like there's like a hoax out there that people believe is an actual like true ending, an alternate ending that is considered the real ending, but it's actually just a fan-made comic. that's just remarkably well done. And in that one, Light ends up in the Shinigami realm, or hell, if you will, and he ends up getting killed in all the ways that he wrote into the Death Note, right? So he ends up dying over and over and over again, and he ends up basically tricking the Shinigami realms. What did you guys call him? The god of the Shinigami? What was it?
It's the king of the Shinigami.
The king. Yeah. So he ends up interacting with the king and basically tricking him into letting him basically do exactly what he did on Earth, but in fixing the Shinigami realm. And it's just a really interesting concept. And that's actually a real testament to how great the series is that when you create a world like this that has rules to it. You know, for instance, in the Matrix, there are rules to they need to use, let's say, they need to get to a payphone, right, or whatever. They have to get to a phone in order to get pulled out of the Matrix. Rules where like they can download the knowledge of being able to do, let's say, kung fu or all the stuff. They can just download that into their minds. They can download guns and stuff as they go into the Matrix. Like they set up these rules that create very interesting ways for, let's say, a fan work to jump in there and work within that realm. And Death Note has an incredible storyline and incredible rules within the universe that make creating new ideas in it really interesting, and allowed this fan work to be accepted with a huge percentage of the community as the actual true ending to the series, which is, as I said, a huge testament to how great the series is.
Oh yeah, that ending is just insane because I came across it when I first did my first Death Note theory back when I had 3,000 subs and I had no clue what I was doing. Oh, no, actually that was 2,000 when I released that. But and I found the ending and I looked into it more because I'm like, okay, well this isn't how the anime ended at all. Later it was a fake fan-made ending, and so I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Behrman and I like the concept, and so when I made my Fate of Light theory, everyone in the comments was like, why didn't you use this? This is obvious proof for your theory being right. And I'm like, guys, please. And so I legitimately just sat down. I'm like, I'm just going to make a video on it because it's an interesting topic to cover. And I liked the video. If it didn't have a huge point to it, I just thought it was a fun thing to talk about. But the funny thing is, if you really look in depth at it, there's a lot of things that they cut directly from the manga, mostly just character model. Not character model. I don't know what you call that for manga, but they took direct art from the manga and just put it into some of these. Yeah. Not enough of them to be obvious, but if you paid attention, you'd be like, yeah, that's from this part.
Yeah.
It's like, but the thing is there was no real link to it. We still don't know who the author of it was originally, who made this fake ending. And everyone just kind of assumed it was real because it's there's no real way to tell it was fake either. It just kind of floated around the internet one day. But since it was only in English, it's kind of obvious.
Yeah.
Even people who do know it's fake, though, people still want that to be the canon ending. It's kind of funny.
Right. That's again, and I'm just saying, that's what's so incredible about the series is that it created this thing where it became bigger than itself. It outgrew the original creator and became something so much more.
Oh, I know.
I want to catch up on the chat.
If I can quickly interlude back to the whole specials, if that was him or not, well, it points to it. Kind of ended up watching something last episode that kind of dealt with it called Go Nagai World. It's a quick $6 OVA where the main character of Devilman, I forgot his name, gets killed off by Satan, obviously. And the guy who pilots Mazinger comes across Violence Jack and makes comparisons as, oh, that's him. The Devilman guy got reincarnated to be him.
Right. So what Augie's getting at is that there's a fan theory that Violence Jack is Devilman, and that they actually it outgrew the intent, the creation, the original creator's scope. it became so much bigger than that the fan theories, as there are with Game of Thrones and all these other things, they just get so big that they get outside of the scope of the original creator. And he's mentioning that it didn't technically canonize it, but they drew reference to it, and they sort of egged on the fans that much further with Go Nagai World, where they brought all these different characters from these different, well, I guess they're not technically different universes, are they? But you know what I mean? It's just, it's Go Nagai World is, they took these characters and put them in a chibi universe. So they're all chibi versions of themselves, and they're dealing with how do we get back to the real world where we're not chibi versions of ourselves. So they just played with it. They just played with the characters and did like a little comedic thing with them. So that's a good point there.
Now back to Death Note.
Yeah, just to catch up here, FDD&M said that the only references regarding L figuring out that Light was Japanese, he says, well, the only references he had was from Japanese people, and he said maybe the way Kira had the "Did you know Shinigami love apples" thing written in Japanese. Also, the fact that Shinigami is a Japanese word. Well, yeah, I guess if it was, I'm thinking about it from the perspective of watching the show in English. But yeah, I guess in Japanese it would you just translate it to Death God. But yeah, that's a fair point, I guess. I
have a counterpoint to that.
Good.
My point number 2 from earlier. Okay, you have someone in jail. Obviously for the public and news, unless it's something that hypercritical that the police want to release, who's going to believe a socially insane person that some god is about to kill them? That's something that the public's not going to recognize. 1, 2, that's not a sane thing to say, so it's something that will be looked over. Granted, this is supposed to be technically a supernatural mystery thriller. If I recall the manga listing it as that. Yeah, and if you have someone to cut their own body and paint stuff on the wall saying that, you're not going to think it's someone else doing that. You think that they're mentally not. Well,
sorry, I'm trying to get a chair. Standing.
I also want to point out that all this stuff happened after L had already come to Japan. Basically, like, Light already knew that L was there, and so it didn't matter. But the thing is, it's like him getting the message that Shinigami loved apples. He got that after Light was aware that L was hunting him. He was just killing people with heart attacks beforehand because that was.
You have to wonder. I guess you kind of have to wonder, what if Ryuk was. I don't want to say that Ryuk was speaking directly to L, obviously, but whether or not, because Ryuk is a little bit like Littlefinger in Game of Thrones, where he's kind of stirring the pot from all different angles. I kind of wonder if he was influencing the sort of thought patterns, dropping hints in ways that L might, sort of follow clues, if you will, to come to that conclusion, for the sake of creating the conflict between Light and L that made, because Ryuk was just sitting back and watching everything unfold and enjoying the show, right? So he basically put L in, for the theory I'm proposing, that would basically put L and Light onto the same chessboard, and then he could sit back and watch them duke it out that way, So I wouldn't put that past Ryuk to have just sort of maneuvered things in that direction in order to make it more interesting, because that's where the show that's where the conflict really picks up. I mean, that show, there's some like really close quarter stuff going on there, between the two of them, and it's like they're literally interacting with each other at points in it, and it's like they don't realize, or I guess Light realizes, but you know what I mean. It's like you're literally talking to the person that you're hunting. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that's a fair if you're going to suspend your disbelief, that is a way that you could do it, because I think that Ryuk gives enough evidence elsewhere that you could say that that's a good way to kind of, rationalize, let's say, that point being a little bit fuzzy there in how they did it in the anime.
By the way, I want to go off that conflict for a second and just mention the arc where he loses his memories and then stuff gets real crazy and he's trying to find the new Death Note owner without knowing he's Kira. It's like, that is my favorite arc just because of how much buildup there is to the final moment where things just go crazy. It's like, that was the point where that show basically just became in my top 10 no matter what. At this point, it's at number 2, and I doubt it's going to move down because it hasn't for a while. But it's like, and I guess someone's going to be like, oh, it's because people like it in your channel. But no, like, I just really love Death Note to a point that it's not even funny.
Well, let me just say that when I watched it way after it came out, and surprisingly, it hadn't been ruined for me. Other than, well, parts of it I thought were ruined for me. Guys, everybody, spoilers in case you somehow haven't seen it yet. Not that we haven't already kind of spoiled a lot of stuff, but the fact that L dies, right? Like, I thought that's how the show ended. That's all I knew going into it. That's what I thought I knew, right? When I got to the part where he lost his memory, I was like, okay, what's going on here? Like that drew me in more than I think any other show ever has. Because it was like, how are they going to do this? And then, like I said, it's the rules that they created for that universe and how he was able to get it back. And just like you sit there and watch how genius it was that he orchestrated everything to work out the way that it did so that he could get his memories back. And that exact moment when he gets his memories back is the most unbelievable thing. And the way that they used all the different Death Notes that existed to his advantage was like, oh my God, it was genius. It was absolutely genius. With that said, after L dies, the show goes a little bit downhill.
Right.
So I'm going to go into that in a second, but I want to kind of go. Wait, what?
I disagree.
You disagree?
Oh, okay. Well, here, I'm going to go into that in a bit, but I want to say this. When I watched the show, it was last year in September. It was actually around my birthday. And I sat down to watch it, and I had a, let's say, not positive experience with popular anime like that. I watched One Punch Man being told, it's the best anime ever. It is not the best anime ever. It is, like, by far not even close. And so I went into this expecting to dislike it.
Right.
I was like, it's not going to be it for me. I got to watch it because people want me to do a theory on it. I'm building up some steam. Let's try this out. 3 episodes, I was already so obsessed with it. I couldn't believe it. I was like messaging my friend. I'm like, hey, Troy, watch Death Note. Watch it now, please. Just like over and over because I got so ingrained. And so when L died, I was already like, oh boy, this is... I really hope this doesn't go bad. And I'm going to say I think there was a slight decrease in quality personally because I think the dynamic between L and Light was probably my favorite aspect of the show. That being said, I don't think things went as bad as some people like to say. I think that Nier and Mello, especially in the manga at least, they were serviceable enough. And the reason why I enjoyed that arc the most was that arc was more Light's insanity finally hitting its crux.
Let me redact the way I phrased that real quick. I said that the show goes downhill. What I should say is that all the racing up to the point where L dies is so high that the rest of the show is still really good. But it doesn't it's on a downward slope in the sense that they couldn't top that. Like that is such an experience, such a rush that you're coming down from that for the rest of the series. Let me put it that way, because the way I said it before sounded like it's all downhill, like it's just crap after that point. It's like that's like it's not like in Rurouni Kenshin, everything after the battle with Shishio, where it literally is downhill. Like you just like that is just it's the exact same thing, except that like where it's just like such a great moment in anime history that the rest of the show can't live up to it, but also in that show, it's like it is downhill. But with this, yeah, it's like it's still great. The only problem really, and again, it's like if you suspend your disbelief, you get over it. Is that here's two other characters we haven't talked about at all, and we're gonna bring them in now.
Yeah.
So there wasn't really a setup for them. Go ahead.
Let me interlude. With Death Note, you technically have two types of story arcs. You have the Rise of the King and the Fall of the King, which for some reason has to happen, but that's debatable. So as y'all mentioned with the Rise of the King, you have L given the book with the rules that creates the suspense. This enforced character that comes in to cause more tension as to who's the killer, if he's a killer. You have him die. So now he is the king. He rules. He has a cult.
Right. That is the Alexander the Great wept for there were no more kingdoms to conquer kind of moment, where he reaches that pinnacle, and then that level of success in getting there drives him crazy over time. Yeah. Because there's a gap, right? After L dies, before Nier and Mello actually come into the dynamic against Light, there's a gap, right? There's like a couple of years where he's just doing his own thing without anybody to stop him. Isn't that correct?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
For that period of time, and so it's like I didn't know if he was going to answer or not. It was an awkward pause. But yeah, he goes insane over that period of time, gets super arrogant, and then obviously kind of just off to the side and acts like he's not a big deal. Which, to be fair, comparing him to L, it's clear that Nier isn't quite the same level of brilliance, and that's saying that L wasn't the smartest either. But like, the thing is, he was just so far past the point of actually caring that the ending made a lot of sense. And I actually think, people, I don't know why it's like, that's the most controversial thing. Is everybody's like, well, the ending made no sense. There was no reason. But no, it was obviously that Light was just leaving behind huge clues that were just so obvious. He left behind, he's like taking notepads out and stuff like that, not replacing them, which he would have done in the past. He was losing his touch because he had just gotten so arrogant by the end. And so his loss makes sense. Does not mean I liked it. I wanted to see what would happen if he did win. Because personally, I think the ending would have gotten much sadder if he did. Because he would have realized eventually that no matter what he did, he couldn't everything. Criminals were going to continue to come back forever. And so this was just a useless fight. Not so much it would have become an incredibly dystopian future, although it already was, because this is one of those ideological utopias that he's creating. He is like he's becoming that authoritarian leader figure, although he's ruling kind of from the shadows in the sense that it's my way or the highway, and it's like I'm creating the perfect world, and it's a world that's only perfect in his eyes. It's a world that requires unbelievable force in order to get people to live in that world according to his whim. And it is like very much exactly what Augie was saying. It's the rise of the king and the fall of the king, and it's not just the king, it's the kingdom. It's more, there's more to it than just, the idea of the rise of the king. It's the empires all rise and fall in a very predictable trajectory. Like they only last about 250 years on average, and it's a very interesting, that's a very interesting way you put it, Augie, the rise of the king, fall of the king, because that is exactly what's happening in the series. I think it's a very interesting way of looking at it.
During the 2-year gap, I disagree with the insanity. I think that for Kira, at this point of the mountain, he's developing composure to this. Then when you enter L and M, he has them in their grip. He was able to kill M 2 times. How is it? And why is it a second life for M? I never really got that.
For Mello?
For Mello, yeah. When Mello technically died the first time, he was with his friend that likes video games. Then he comes back with another Shimigami, I believe.
I have not watched Death Note to the level that you guys have, so I'm having trouble remembering the timeline.
So Mello,
I'm not sure in the anime Mello actually. I don't think Mello actually had a Shinigami or anything of that variety. I need to rewatch the second half second third, I guess, since that's like the part I kind of just skip. I don't know why. Once I get to L, I'm like, okay, let's take a break. I'll reconvene, and I just start the series over again. So
I kind of liked it more with the other two because, one, you get to see more areas and the tension gets more fast-paced, kind of via Batman the Dark Knight with the Joker fighting Batman, sort of.
Oh, I love that movie, actually.
So technically there's two different types of M. You have M without the scar. You have M with the scar, which, if I read the manga correctly, that's considered his second life. And he's with the Shin Megami that looks like a pile of trash.
Oh, right,
okay,
yeah.
okay, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking of a completely different thing. I'm like, I don't know, but yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
So I never really got the second life thing, but
I forget, how does he get the scar? That's from the place where they're blowing up? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So is it a literal second life, or is it just that it's a second life in the sense that he survived, and then metaphorically speaking, the old Mello died, and he became a new person in that
confirm with second bullet that you said, but I can't really say yes to that because it just.
Well, then how did he come back to life if that's the case?
I don't know why. Like that just reminded me of the new spiritual successor series, Platinum End. I think that has life notes. I actually read that one, surprisingly. I think that was the name of the manga, but I have no clue, honestly. With Mello, it's kind of a weird situation where I feel like his character wasn't as you would expect it to be. And even here, he kind of feels like just kind of a third-class situation.
Or a third wheel, a little bit.
So,
how the ending awkwardly explains it, if it wasn't for Mello, and wasn't able to grab the chicken by the throat to capture him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know it's that, but it's like as a character, it feels like that's his purpose is just for that moment, and not really for anything else. And that's fine because Death Note done that before. Naomi pretty much existed for that one arc to show that Light would kill innocent people if they got in his way. It's like Mello in general, I kind of just ignore her, and then Nier is just such a divisive character at this point because like half of the fan base hates him with a passion. I didn't know what I was getting into when I made a video saying that he might have done something to manipulate the ending. Because people really hated Nier, and so I got a lot of attention just because I mentioned that maybe he cheated, which it's not cheated as much, but I didn't want to spoil things for people because I loved the series so much and didn't see it.
Yeah, I want to bring something up. Go ahead. I don't want to interrupt your thought.
Nier technically couldn't cheat because all he was doing was examining what's in front of him.
Oh, well, no, but the theory was, like...
I'll send you his video later.
Like, it's better explaining it now because there were a couple of things I didn't explain very well in the video since it was one of my first ones. But basically, what I said is that Nier had access to a Death Note eventually, pretty much like near the ending. I know that he had a fake Death Note. So my theory was, what if he manipulated Mikami to become... I don't know how to pronounce his name. Everybody gets mad at me when I say it. But what if he manipulated him in a way that put Light in a corner where he couldn't get out of it, basically, and it forced him into a loss? I was like, well, what if that happened? Because... in the manga, Matsuda even mentioned something akin to that. I found out later. He was like, yeah, what if Nier did do that? And it's like, there's more reasoning for this theory, but then besides just baseless kind of, well, not baseless, there was enough stuff to say, but like, that was my theory is basically he cheated. It wasn't cheating, life or death game, but that was just a way of wording that he went against what he said he would do. And I also I don't want to spoil the ending and say, did Nier win fairly or did Nier beat Light fairly? Because that just says, oh yeah, Nier killed Light, and that would suck if you were like halfway to watching Death Note, clicked on the video to see what I was going to talk about, and then you looked up a video on Death Note, saw that, and were like, oh, well now I know the ending. Thanks.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
But,
now I'm going to swap from looking at the story and go into critic mode. At the end, you have one reoccurring character, or in, or near. Then they introduce another character, which was the lawyer guy. Near at this point, you barely know that much about. You know that he likes vintage toys. He likes apparently taunting Light with a finger puppet the whole time. So you don't really see him. Like a ghost in the background, hence his white complexion. I'm like, L, which I still don't believe he ever had a bath in his life, but I'll go back to that concept in a second. So you introduce this lawyer. You get his background, which is very interesting. And you see him just get corrupted and insane with power from this while worshiping Kira.
Okay, so hold on. Just to clarify, the lawyer is the guy that was like on the train that Okay, I just want I didn't.
He was the quote unquote.
Remember? I didn't remember. He was the guy who was right outside. That Light told him to write in the notebook.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I got. Yeah. I just want to make sure because I wasn't sure who you were talking about at first, but yeah, I didn't know he was a lawyer. I didn't remember that aspect. Go ahead. Continue.
So you see their complicated plan. That you see just near barely doing anything but watch. There's also another police character that had that's been there from the beginning and had like a lot of character development. I forgot his name though. But he's the one that shot Kira.
Mm-hmm.
That's Matsuda.
All right, dude. Talk to you later at the ENM. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat. People are saying goodnight because it is getting late.
Oh, okay, crap.
It's almost 1.
I kind of wish that he would have caught Light if he was to be caught, but my personal
that would have been an interesting. I'll just say that. Okay, I'm gonna paint an alternate scenario. I thought that them swapping out the Death Note at the end was the biggest cop out ever. Okay. I agree. I agree with Duo. I think that Light should have beaten Nier, and then I didn't know where the story should go from there. But Augie, I think you nailed it. I think that that detective guy should have been the one to eventually take him down. Because he would. But the thing is, he would have written down all their names.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That. Well, to be fair, who cares? They can all die. Light needs to live.
Well, one thing
you also look at Ghost in the Shell. You have Balto and his side character, which I forgot his name, but he was one of the more interesting ones because he didn't want cybernetics.
Togusa.
You see him in like some standalone complex episodes, I believe. It's been a while.
Yeah, his eyes are hacked in standalone complex solid state society. That's or his cyber. He has. Okay, the thing is, he doesn't have. This tripped me up too. I looked it up because it tripped me up. He doesn't have cyberizations in terms of his eyes or like his limbs or whatever, but he does have a cyber brain. That's why he's able to be in the lobbies of everybody's ghosts.
Okay, yeah. So my comparison is kind of null now.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about because I went through the same thought process.
Okay, so swap over to thoughts and feelings of Netflix. Death Note.
Yes. Well, let me address two things real quick. Let me address two things before we get off Death Note. I'm hopefully I'll remember the second one after I say the first one. So I just want to bring this up again, and I'm just going to toot Duo's horn a little bit for him, and say that. Remember, I was talking about Quaman earlier about how he makes videos where it doesn't seem like an interesting concept, but he knows Dragon Ball so incredibly well that you get sucked into the video in how he explains that if one little thing was different, the entire series would change, right? How crucial things are. And I was saying that Duo is the same way in that he's able to describe things where it's like, it might not seem like an interesting concept, but once you sit down, it's like, damn, he's making so many good points. He has a video where he breaks down how L is a criminal. And it's like what are you talking about? And then it's like he just lists off this incredible list of like, it's like, oh yeah, he did steal Misa's cell phone. Oh yeah, he did do this. Oh yeah, he did torture them. Oh, you know, it's like, so I just wanted to bring that up because I thought that was a great way to explain that. Like, I'm serious. Like, you can't with somebody. Honestly, it doesn't matter what it is. When you're passionate about something, the way that Duo is passionate about Death Note, the content is going to be good because you're not going to put out crappy content on something that you're passionate about, you know? So I just want to say, like, Duo, seriously, don't stop doing Death Note. I know that everybody's giving you all this feedback, like, you know, branch out, do other things. It's like, do other things, sure. But don't ever feel like you can't do Death Note because it is where you shine. And there was something else I wanted to say about the Death Note series before we moved on, because I do want to talk about the live action. But, God, I can't remember. Oh, I remember. One of the things that I really loved about the series, like I said, you know how they have all these rules and they work within the rules. The part where Misa gets saved by one of the Shinigami was so brilliant, and I might be wrong about this. I think I realized I was wrong later, but when I first saw it, it was such a brilliant way that they wrote this into the story, is that when you get the Shinigami eyes, it cuts your lifespan in half, right? She got the Shinigami eyes, but she also got the lifespan of the Shinigami that saved her. So her lifespan was thousands of years cut in half. She's still, like, it's nothing, you know, she still lives longer than anybody else. I thought that was so brilliant, that the way they wrote the story, because you inevitably put yourself in the shoes of the character being presented with the rules, right? What would I do, right? And it's like, when it comes to the Shinigami eyes, it's like, I don't think anybody would actually give up half their life for the sake of being able to see the names and whatnot above the people's head. But in her case, in the one case where it happens, it actually didn't matter. And I just thought it was brilliant. Anyway, so regarding the live actions movie on Netflix.
The only thing, unless y'all know more about the story that they're going to say, go through, aside from Death Note. The only thing I can really comment about is the casting.
Yeah. I got called a racist already for this.
Don't even get into that. I've been called. Okay, so I made a video on the first trailer, just trying to get my thoughts on it because it was a big deal. I wanted to get the initial views. I didn't know how big it was going to get. But and so I made a video where I complained about Light and how I thought he looked like, just didn't look like Light, and how I thought that L didn't seem to like fit the appearance, but I didn't care about the race. I also I don't know why I said it this way, but I was like, I hope they don't get stereotypical with him like Hollywood does. And so not only did I have people calling me racist, obviously, because they're like, oh, why would they put him into why would they make him stereotypical because he's black? And it's like, it's not what I said. But then it's also like, oh, you didn't complain about Light being white and they're whitewashing. You're
well, I'm just gonna read
that, and also like you're racist to white people and black people. I'm just like, I guess I'm racist to everyone then.
Nah, they're just looking for something to say.
Yeah,
but I do agree.
Culture. Hold on, I'm just gonna go ahead and read my comment on that video. Let's see, how long ago did that start to come out? The live action.
That was like February, March.
Okay, so it
was around February or March. I know it was like a little. In fact, it was a little bit after my L's theme video.
I'm just gonna, since I'm here anyway, I'm just gonna copy and paste a link to your channel in the chat right now.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
So that the 5 people or whoever's watching might sub to you. Okay.
Well,
do you remember what that video was titled? Oh God, no, it's got to be. What's the thumbnail? It's got to be the first one of it with the live action.
Well, y'all can
it should be a picture of the.
It's the Death Note. The Netflix Death Note movie trailer is horrendous. Yeah, that one. That's the one. I'm just gonna read my comment here. All right. March 22nd. Okay. Load.
Well, as you're doing that, for my thoughts on the Death Note movie casting, L is the one that sticks out more, and I'll get into that. But everyone else, the rest of the cast of the show, one, they are contemporary, which Death Note takes place at a certain time. This will also take at a certain time. Two, it's believable. It's somewhat believable how they look and where they're set at, that these are a character of those. Again to L. L, I do not believe this man's ever took a bath in his life. The guy that they casted, he looks like a lawyer.
Okay. Yeah. Oh boy. I'm rereading my comment, and I feel like this is gonna crescendo very well.
Okay.
Let me just make sure. Okay. Yep. This is the comment. All right. I said, all right. I'm just gonna say it. They hired a black actor to play L solely to circumvent the sort of whitewashing criticism that Ghost in the Shell got. It's PC culture jujitsu to take the "you whitewashed the cast" and turn it into "look how progressive we are." As I mentioned during the stream with Mr. Nice Guy, this is a callback to a stream that I was in with Duo. There are very few anime titles that could be adapted into live action without needing to make changes. Death Note is one of those, hence the reason there's already a series of live action Death Note movies in Japan. And I said, I'm totally with you, Duo. I don't think it matters that they have chosen to change the setting of the story and put it in America instead of Japan. As you said, that has no bearing on the story at all. And then I put in parentheses, except that Misa being an idol, which I imagine they're going to have to change. And I said, however, in my opinion, the thing about Death Note that makes it so interesting is that Light and L are legit geniuses playing 4D chess with each other. From what we've seen of the actors so far in the trailer, I think I'm going to have a pretty hard time thinking of them as Einstein-level geniuses instead of a rapper and some guy who looks like he goes to Hot Topic every day after school. And
can I
the thing is,
something for you, AC?
Say what?
If you play, can I debunk something for you, AC?
Go for it.
If they're really good at chess, that doesn't mean that they're geniuses.
Okay, I was using that metaphorically.
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
Yeah, but the thing is, and just to clarify, the actor who's playing L is an actual rapper. Just to clarify why I put that in there, just so everybody's aware. I wasn't just saying.
He's a rapper. He is also an actor, and he's known for both. So I probably should have said that because some people took that the completely wrong way and acted like, "Oh, you don't know he has a good career. You're an idiot." It's like, no, I know he has a career. It's just he's also a rapper.
Look at him. What vibe does he give off? Does he give off, I'm a Don Cheadle or a Wesley Snipes, or does he give off like I'm Chris Brown? Like, he gives off the Chris Brown. He looks more like a rapper than he does an actor. That's all I'm saying. Okay, and I'm saying that for the sake of being a member of the audience watching this movie, it is going to be very difficult. Look, maybe he's got the acting chops to pull it off. Maybe he does, and I'm very interested in checking out the movie and giving it a shot and seeing what happens. Maybe they'll surprise me. But between the two most important characters in the series, L and Light, I feel like the casting choices were not thought through, because Light looks like a character he looks like the brooding character from a Disney Channel show, and I can't do it. I can't. I will watch it, but I'm just saying I'm not going to give them I'm not going to get hyped about it.
Well, to me, looking at Light and L, it looks like that they just instead of it being Light and L, they just kind of refashioned Sherlock Holmes and Moriarty.
Oh yeah. So I'm gonna. Oh boy, I want to get into this because this is like my favorite thing to discuss for some reason. No matter what, I have to watch this film. I do not have a choice any longer because I am the Death Note guy. No matter, I have to watch this thing 3 times in a row the day it comes out because I want to make sure I don't have any of the initial, I just watched this hype. I want to come out of it supposed to feel about it. And so I am not going to go into this wanting to hate it or love it because I love Death Note, okay? I love it unconditionally. I want this film to be every oh, sorry, I got to bang on my door. Okay, I don't even know what that was about. But Death Note, like, I love Death Note unconditionally. So with Death Note, it's like
quiet down.
Give me a sec.
The passion in us.
Yeah, okay, so with Death Note, it's like I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Why don't you go for a bit?
Yeah, let's talk about shows that we should also watch.
Let's just say it is 1 in the morning right now, and it's 3 in the morning for Augie. I just want to point that out. I'm totally fine to continue, but I just wanted to draw our attention to the fact that we've been going since 9 p.m. My time, so
I just
totally
want to
okay to
ask him
continue.
5 titles that duo might or might not see.
Okay, good.
Have you seen Aki? That's the one with the rectangle nose and gambling. Aki?
Oh,
You're talking about Kaiji.
Kaiji, yeah.
nope.
Case closed.
About. Oh, what's it about?
Detective
Case
Conan.
closed is also Detective Conan. This is the teenager that turns kid and he solves Scooby-Doo like mysteries.
That's
Oh,
violent Scooby-Doo like mysteries. It was on Adult Swim for a while. Yeah, I'll just grab it. What are we doing? Why do I have a collection if I'm not going to just whip it out? Hold on. This show.
oh, I haven't watched it, but I know what it is.
Okay. Continue with the list, Augie. By the way,
Have
I
you
picked up, I
seen
don't remember
Master
which
Chief?
seasons, but I forgot these two. I think it was 3 and 4. Also pickups I didn't talk about earlier in the podcast.
Have you seen Master Chief?
No, he's definitely not seen that.
Okay. Let's go with the safe one. Sherlock Holmes.
He probably hasn't seen
I've
that.
seen that one, yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Okay.
seen it. Okay.
Yeah,
Let's
it was.
see.
I thought it was a joke anime.
What's another? Oh yeah, Ghost
Monster?
Stories.
Ghost Stories? You mean the one with the funny dub?
Wait, hold on. No, not that one. Not that one. ADV had it, then they released it by Funimation.
Ghost Hound? Ghost Slayer
No.
Ayashi?
No, not those two.
That's all I've got.
Mm,
It's a ghost hunting one?
yes. Shit.
Hold on.
Where is that? Come on. Load.
Keep an eye on the chat. You might. Okay, Ghost. 07 Ghost. Chinese Ghost Story. Ghost Hound, Ghost Hunt. Ghost in the Shell. Ghost Slayers Ashley, Ghost Stories. A Ghost Story. Ghost Sweeper Mikami. Is that it?
No, not that one.
Ghost
That is a
Talker's
good one.
Daydream. That's like the bondage one. Yami Shibai, Japanese Ghost Stories. Yu Yu Hakusho, Ghost Files. That's all I see. Anyway, what's it about? Tell me.
This is the one where the girl solves supernatural mysteries.
Phantom Quest Corp?
No, not that one. It's set in the modern 2005 era.
Gatekeepers. No, that was by I don't know. Anyway, what's your point?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to cheat and use the phone. This is embarrassing. I've seen this. It's over there. Can't get to there. Quick search would be Ghost Funimation, A&M. Ghost Hunt.
I just listed that off.
Did. I'm sorry. Ghost Hunt.
I haven't even seen that.
Oh, I haven't seen it all the way, but that's a pretty good one around
Are you just giving him recommendations for things to watch?
Well, I know.
Because you're one of like a million people who's throwing stuff at Duo right now. Just so you know.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That means it has a following.
Yeah, but I will second Master Keaton and Monster. Duo?
Oh, Monster. Yeah, I gotta watch that one.
Do you know the premise of this story yet?
It,
Do you know the premise of this?
I do not. I've heard the name. Don't know what it is.
The premise of the story is about a surgeon who makes the moral choice to save a kid instead of the rich mayor of the town. Mayor dies, kid lives, kid grows up to be a serial killer.
Oh shit! That sounds awesome, actually.
Yeah, it's freaking amazing, but for some reason it never got fully released over here due to, well, there's a lot of speculation on why, but it's probably due to a lawsuit that resulted from the ending theme. The band wanted more money, so Viz only released the first half or the first volume out of what would have been probably 3, and they did dub the whole thing though, and it was aired on Sci-Fi or something. So
Yeah, Sci-Fi.
All right,
Handmade
I'll check it out.
Monday. Let me reframe an answer. No, I don't. I'm not saying these for him to make a video on. I'm just saying
no, but
these
just
for
suggestions, because if he likes Death Note, he'll probably enjoy these.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. I mean, I'll check out. I'll try and check him out, especially Monster, considering that plot synopsis.
Yeah. No, that's all anybody has to hear about Monster. You're like, oh, I'm on board for this. And the other one that he mentioned, Master Keaton, is from the creator of Monster, and it's basically MacGyver meets Indiana Jones. It's awesome.
Okay.
It's one of my all-time favorites.
For Kagi, I think that's like 4 or 6
Kagi.
episodes. That one's about a person who's very addicted to gambling, and he just keeps getting more and more in trouble. That's like almost life-threatening each time.
Yeah, I hear great things about Kaiji. With the art style, that nose, that nose might.
You can use that to slice your pizza.
Oh, I like it. I like it, but I'm just saying other people don't.
Alrighty. Well, AC, what anime are we book clubbing this week?
That's, you know what? It's funny. I left that. Oh God, earlier in the podcast, dude. There have been 3 votes. 1 for Tonari no Seki-kun, 1 for Savagevu, and 1 for Girls und Panzer.
There you go.
So it's tied up.
Last one.
But Girls und Panzer, for whatever reason, says 34% instead of 33%. So I guess we're going with Girls und Panzer.
Ooh, that's a lot of episodes, but all right, it'll be worth it. Alrighty.
How many? Well, I'm only planning. I was going to just do the first series for.
Okay, so you have TV series, OVA.
Oh yeah.
Pre-movie OVA, the movie.
Okay, hang on. Let me grab what I have, and I'll show you. All right, so I have the TV collection. Did this get a dub? It did get a dub. Awesome.
Yes.
That's gonna make this week a lot easier. So I got this one, and I've got this one, which is the OVA, I guess. Mm-hmm. By the way, I bought this on Rakuten Duo. They accidentally had it listed for $1.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I got it for 96% off before they caught the mistake, and I printed it out and keep it in here as a constant reminder of how good of a deal I got this for.
So now you need to go on all this link. These two are what you're probably missing. Or probably have.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll start with the TV collection that I had here, which is only 12 episodes.
Mm-hmm.
How many OVAs are there?
Let's see. Just add one to whatever you have here.
6. Okay, so there's 6 OVA episodes. I might be able to do both because I'm going to be working on editing the good old grab bag giveaway video, which means I'm going to have a lot of time sitting down, not like doing anything. Like normally when I'm editing, I have to listen to the audio of what I'm editing, but this is just going to be a bunch of censorship, which I can do in silence. So I'll have time to sit down and watch this.
The movie is 2 hours.
Yeah. I don't have those. I'm going to just do what I have for now. Okay. I've got a kid coming in 2 months, so
yeah, I understand.
I don't want to throw money at stuff if I can help it. But for now, let's just do this, and we'll get through the TV collection and the OVA collection. These are the original things that were released by Sentai. If there's more to it than that, we're going to just do that maybe for the next one.
Okay.
All right.
Well, see you later, people.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you, Duo, for stopping in. And I'm sorry that we got you so worked up on Death Note that.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
You're welcome.
Anyway,
it's nice talking about it.
Yeah. So definitely, I'm going to find a way for you to watch Monster, and I'm gonna. Now I just want to watch Monster before next podcast. But yeah, I'll hit you up with some stuff. But thanks again for stopping by, and let's get the date for the next podcast. It will not be next week. It will be the week after. And by the way, I just want to mention that. Wait a minute. There we go. Okay, so not the 4th, but the 11th. And I just want to mention that my wife is scheduled.
The 10th.
What?
August 10th.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at. I was going down from the date it is, but you're right. It's Friday.
When is she due?
Okay, so we had an emergency C-section with our first kid because her amniotic fluid got too low, and they don't know why that happened. So it's safer for her to just get another C-section. So we are scheduled for September 27th, which very conveniently is on one of our off weeks. So the 21st.
I think that's when I go to AWA.
Okay, well the 21st and the 5th, I should still. We probably won't have to reschedule or anything, so we should still be good. So I just wanted to give you a heads up ahead of time. Anyway, thank you guys for sticking with us this far. I know these podcasts keep getting longer. We really need to figure out a way to prevent that from happening. But thanks for checking it out. Duo, again, thank you for stopping in, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Not next week, but the week after. Take it easy.
See you later.
Yeah.